Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It is Sunday, the 3rd of October 2021, and with it, it is the 101st day. What has been a fantastic anniversary season, the 20th anniversary for the Rotax Max Challenge Germany Championship. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your English live stream commentator. And what a day we had yesterday, didn't we? There were so many different talking points. We had great action. We did have a few incidents along the way, notwithstanding. But today we have the prime opportunity of crowning our champions this very day itself. The good thing is we still have 14 action-packed races in prospect for you all today. And to give you a bit of a feel of what's going to happen, well, we're going to have the now rescheduled 2 races for DD2 and DD2 Masters from Wackersdorf back in June of this year. Obviously, the incident that involved Oliver Breitenbach meant that there was a discussion between the organisers and also the drivers, who felt in due diligence and out of respect of the incident taking place to have the races rescheduled. So instead of the traditional 12 races we'd have today, we've got 14. So your running order for this morning's action until the lunch break will be as follows. So DD2 will have their 14-minute plus an additional lap race in about, 7.5 minutes. Then we'll have DD2 Masters at 10:40. Micromax will have their penultimate race of the season at 11 o'clock, followed by Minimax at 11:20. 20 to 12, we have Junior Rotax, and then Senior brings us into the lunch break, and their penultimate race of the season is at 12 o'clock. Then we'll have a lunch break from around 12:20 until 1:15 this afternoon before DD2 restarts the afternoon's action. Then DD2 Masters at 13:35. 13:55 will be Micromax. 1:15 in the afternoon will be Minimax's final race of the season. The same for juniors at 14:35 and 14:55 for Senior Rotax. And then we have the final races of the 2021 season. 14 weeks and 3 days. That's 3 months and 9 days, or in other words, 101 days, that the total length of this season from start to finish when we kick things off officially on the 25th of June this year. And really nice to hear some great messages yesterday. A big thank you to Michelle Woodrow Schulte for getting in touch and saying, well, it's a shame you weren't able to be there. It is what it is, but great to see that Wittgenborn has a thrive of activity, unrivaled in the past 18 months, because last year it was a little bit of a different story, but there have been supporters, there have been family members there today and over the course of this weekend, and it really has felt an air of normality has come back to the paddock. That has been rather enjoyable. Even though I'm watching from over where I am at the moment, it is still very heartwarming that we are getting through what has been a torrid 18 months in terms of the pandemic situation. But the fact that racing is carrying on is something that is very close to all our hearts, whether we're watching at home, and a big thank you to those watching. So the races today, Micro and Minimax will have 9 minutes plus an additional lap for all of their races. Junior Rotax, 11 minutes plus a lap for all their races. And then Senior Rotax, DD2 and DD2 Masters, it's 14 minutes plus a lap. So we have plenty of racing action here on the live stream take you all the way through until about 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central European summertime. So today is Championship Day, not Finals Day, Championship Day. Very, very different connotation with that word that I've just used, and that's a long word for a very, very early Sunday morning. But you know what? Championship Day sounds about right for today. So we've had 155 drivers in the 6 classes compete through the championship over the course of the past 4 rounds. We've said goodbye to familiar faces. We've said hello to new ones. And as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it looks like the format that is being used is very, very conducive to close quarter fighting and also a close battle for titles. Mika Trapp has already been, what I understand, confirmed as the 2021 Minimax, and he joins the honor roll. So the weekend podium and also the championship podiums will be taking place at the track at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. See, actually, I see just going past the pre-grid is Rafael Renhofer from FM Racing, who is in the junior contingent. And no surprise at all, on the bottom right of your screens there, ladies and gentlemen, is the driver that has put it on pole position for race 1. And look at that sportsmanship from Laurent Seyfried, who, funny enough, it's his birthday today. So, alles Gute zum Geburtstag, Lawrence, as they would say. It's wonderful. It is wonderful having. He's turned 19 years of age today, so many happy returns to him. I'm sure that he's had plenty of birthday wishes. I remember what happened to me when I was at Pro Kart Raceland Circuit for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy finale. Let's just say that my desk was quite literally covered. I'm sure that there's been quite a few jokes and pranks and everything. And look, I mean, just look at him, just having a bit of a giggle with all the guys and girls in the paddock. That's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to face the final curtain. Here we are. It is overhead. The drivers are going to keep pushing. We are seconds away from getting Championship Day going. And I'm rather excited. I hope you all are as well. And thank you very much to all of the 80 plus people so far on the Camp Company GmbH YouTube stream that are watching. Green flag waves. Look at the starting grid for race 1 out of 14 today. It is DD2 Wertungslauf race. So race 1. Let's have a look at the grid. It is Micromax that will start on pole position. Fabian Bock will be alongside. So 464 and 481. Hannes Border, 468 and the 439. The birthday boy today, Laurent Seyfried, starts in 3rd and 4th respectively. Robert Chopien and Mark Bartels That's 477 and 488 complete the top 3 rows, ahead of Janas Stier in the 444 and Dennis Teen in the 454, completing the top 10 and thereby completing row 5. 401, Yannick Jacobs, and 433, Florian Breitenbach. Leon Arndt in the 442 and Marcel Steinert, 413, complete row 6. Tim Stender in the 409 and Tristan Gebhardt in the 405. Complete row number 7, ahead of Denis Chalau and Alex Fielenbach in the 403 and the 431. So, the mind games have started. Micromax is the man that is looking to go for the title. And today could be his day. They now come out of the final corner. 14 minutes on the clock. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are green. We are racing, and it's a good start from those on the pole position side, as Hannes Border and Robert Schorpian have managed to pass the likes of Fabian Bock and Lawrence Seyfried into second and third respectively. So Micromax gets the good start. He's been very, very good this season, has the Dormer driver. Schorpian and Hannes Border nearly have a little bit of a touching fest there. Front bumper of Schorpian nearly went, and that's a brilliant move from Robert Schorpian up the Hannes Border. And in the meantime, Fabian Bock has gotten ahead, or stayed ahead of Lawrence Seyfried, but Seyfried's got through on the 481, and Seyfried has gone absolutely hell for leather sideways. A minute, I have seen one cart's gone off. Slippery surface, that means do not tell me that rain has started falling. It was just the way that he went through that corner. Lawrence Seyfried, he was sideways. The traction is at a premium. Yeah, that says it all to me. They have got no... I will not be at all surprised if we do have a stoppage. But they're all struggling. This now showcases how the drivers are going to have to react, as we've got one driver off through turn 3. And in the minute, it's Robert Schorpian that's taking the advantage of these conditions at the moment. He's ahead of the Micromax, who's being pressurised by Lawrence Seyfried. Fabian Bock is going to the inside. Seyfried has... Oh, my goodness. That was a bit too eager there, I think, from Lawrence Seyfried. Went to try and go thread the eye of the needle through on the inside. Well, through the middle of Fabian Bock and Micromax, and caught himself and Micromax... caught himself out, and also caught Fabian Bock in the process. Well, that is where these drivers are now. There is showers happening, so that's why the carts are all over the shop. So what we would call in the United the slippery surface flag. So basically the water, so a kind of fluid is on the track. So that can be oil, that can be coolant, that can be water. But at the moment, with the showers starting to come down, the drivers are going to have to wrestle with it for the next 11.5 minutes plus an additional lap. And at the minute, Robert Schorpian is leading the race by just over a second. Hannes Border, Mark Bartels, Yannick Jacobs round out the top 5 positions. And there is Jacobs, who's just managed to keep past Fabian Bock, who's gone wide and onto the grass. Bock is off the track. And again, you can just see Seyfried's just trying to hang on, and he's just clashed again. And there goes Jacobs round. There's a little bit of contact between the two. And there's Marcel Steinert. He's trying to close in, as Micromax has got the gap down to 7/10 between himself and Robert Schorpian. That looks to be possibly, just keeping my eyes, well, I've just seen that Alex Fielenbach, that's Leon Arndt that's up ahead. Tristan Gebhardt, I think, is a little bit further behind. Janas Stier's in 11th. Florian Breitenbach's up to 10th. There's Micromax actually very calmly using the curbs on the inside of the hairpin to try and get the job done on Chopin. But Chopin's finding grip where Micromax is struggling a little bit here, but they're all having to struggle. This is not what we expected to be in the first, you know, if it had been changeable, I was hoping it was going to be before this race. But Chopin just trying to put the power down. The back end's kicking out to the right-hand side. And there's the 413, and that is Marcel Steiner out of the race. 9 minutes and 41 seconds to go, so we'll have a retirement courtesy of Marcel Steiner, but everyone apart from him, as Micromax trying to get through on Chopin, but Chopin's just got real good traction at points on the circuit. He's finding that grip, and Micromax is trying to respond, trying to use every trick in the book, and again, he's using a bit more curve going through the hairpin, and so are a few others now, so they're seeing happening. And Mark Bartels finds himself in a prime position to maybe even go for third, but that depends on what happens to the driver behind, and that is Lawrence Seyfried. And Seyfried, he's sort of wrestling with the kart. The back end's trying to step out all over the place. He's got Fabian Bock closing in on his 6, and there's the two leaders coming through into turns 1, now into the chicane at 2 and 3. Into 4, and Chopin's just using some curve at certain points of the track and put the power down, get the traction on the kart, get the traction on the rear wheels, and Seyfried's using curbing quite strategically. So is Mark Bartels. Everyone's at it at the moment, and the reason being is that it's helping at the moment to keep the karts steering around the circuit, and Chopin's not doing the curbing, not using the curbing on the hairpin, whereas Micromax is, and that's where Micromax is gaining some time. But then there's other parts on the circuit where Robert Chopin just seems to nail the traction. And here's a move from Lawrence Seyfried, neatly done on that one, outside of Mark Bartels. So 6 minutes down, 8 to go. And Micromax has now got the lead from Chopin. So Chopin might have had a little bit of a drama, and he's just kicked up some of the muck off the left-hand side on the inside of turn 1 and brought that onto the track just to try and bring some stability to the kart. 7 minutes and 37 seconds. Running order is, at the moment, we have had a confirmed retirement on a lap 3 from Marcel Steiner. Micromax leads the way ahead of Robert Chopin, Hannes Border, Lawrence Seyfried, Mark Bartels, Fabian Bock. And Seyfried, as I say that, is closing in, as is Bock on Hannes Border. Yannick Jacobs back up, so he's recovering. Stender, Florian Breitenbach, Dennis Thiem, Jana Stier, Alex Fielenbach, Shallow round out the 15 strong, as that was very, very close indeed between Seyfried and Border. Fabian Bock could get the run on the 439 heading across the line. And Bartels actually drops now down into 6th place as a result of the movements that have been happening with the drivers in front. It seems on certain parts of the track, Hannes Border seems to be able to get away from, well, Seyfried has dropped behind Fabian Bock, so whether Seyfried's had a drama, so Bock would have had fun on Seyfried coming through the final corner, so I thought that might have been the case, that he would have gone through turn 1. And here we go now, Fabian Bock looking at the possibility of a 3rd place finish in this race. Chopin's keeping Micromax rather honest. The gap was 6.5 tenths of a second, and that was close between Border and Bock, but Bock's going to use the same strategy like he did last time, which I'm sure of. And Bock, yep, I think Bock has got the move done. A little bit wayward there on the back end for Robert Chopin. And that is confirmed. So Fabian Bock did, as I thought he might, get past through on Hannes Border. So the final corner, it seems to be a pretty good one for Fabian Bock. Here's Lawrence Seyfried. Seyfried up the inside of the 468 from Nies Racing to take 4th position. closing in on them. Mark Bartels seems to be closing in on Seyfried as well. Chopin's not letting Micromax go. This is the battle for the lead. A little bit neater and tidier there from Micromax. Robert Chopin still was about 2.5 tenths of a second behind. After, what is it now, 9 laps of racing. We're on lap number 10. So Micromax one step away, but Robert Chopin's not going to make it easy for him. Far from it. The 477 is coming out of the final corner, and they're across the line. We're into what is now double digits. So we're on to lap number 11 of this race, with just over 4 minutes remaining. And that's an interesting battle that I've just seen, as there is now, I've just seen Tim Stender and Dennis Thiem, they're back over 9th and 10th position. We head back to the leaders. 3 minutes and 40 plus a lap to go. Micromax still leading the way. Chopin still in chase. Fabian Bock, Lawrence Seyfried, Hannes Border round out the top 5. Leon Arndt, Tristan Gebhardt have got past Alex Fielenbach. And Leon Arndt now in 12th position. It just makes you wonder. Well, Tim Stender has made me wonder something here, because he set the fastest lap of this race. And now Leon Arndt has decided to do that, and Leon Arndt is currently in 12th position. Hannes Border back past Lawrence Seyfried for 4th place. And Bartels and Jacobs are giving chase, but Jacobs has got a real good run on Bartels going into the head, and he gets through. Just under 3 minutes on the clock to go. There, your leader, Micromax, had a perfect weekend in the office back at Kerpen in August of this year. He knew that that was what he needed to do to get the run of consistency up to a point where he knew he couldn't be challenged. Looking at it from a championship perspective, Fabian Bock took 20 points yesterday, and I've got a feeling that there's 2 more races to go. So if Micromax wins this one and the next, I think that is provisionally the done for the 60 or more. And Florian Breitenbach, he's currently 8th position at the minute, and that has, what has happened is that his run here this weekend has not been as fruitful as he would have hoped. We're into the last minute and a bit or so, plus an additional lap. Next race coming up will be DD2 Masters. Has managed to get it from Robert Chopin in the meantime. The gap now is the best part of the 8 tenths of a second. Yannick Jacobs has managed to get past Lawrence Seyfried in the meantime, and is closing in on Hannes Border, as we've got 30 seconds on the clock. So after this lap, there'll be 2 more to go. We're on lap number 15 out of 17 race laps. just over the best part of over 17 kilometres. So 17.6 kilometres will be covered, but Chopin again has closed it. Right, penultimate lap. Timer has hit 0 for the first time today. And Yannick Jacobs closing in on Hannes Border for 4th position. He'll have this plus an additional lap to do it. Good run by Jacobs. He looks over his left shoulder to see where Seyfried is. And Seyfried's a little bit further behind. He's trying to close. But it has concertinaed at the front of the field. I mean, Fabian Bock was a second and a half away from the leader, but now we go on to the final lap. Robert Chopin looking to strike. And he was 94 thousandths behind in terms of the margin of distance between him and Micromax. Fabian Bock fancies a bite of the cake, a piece of the cake as well. The top 3 were covered by less than half a second. Going on to the 17th and final lap. All Micromax has got to do is just hold on. The minute he got past Chopin, and Chopin's gone right up the inside of him, this could allow Fabian Bock, who is his closest competitor, an opportunity. And Fabian Bock knows that there is a title on the line and a ticket to the grand finals up for grabs, but it's all concertinaing. There's Hannes Border, there's Yannick Jacobs, but it is going to be Robert Chopin who takes the checkered flag and wins by nearly 0.8 of a second. How's about that one for the books? So Robert Chopin takes the victory ahead of Micromax. Fabian Bock rounds out the top 3. Hannes Border takes 4th place ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Lawrence Seyfried in 6th place. Actually make that, well, he actually got a 5-second time penalty for pushing, following on from incident, so ends up in 7th behind Bartels. Florian Breitenbach takes 8th ahead of Tim Stender. Dennis Thiem rounding out the top 10. Leon Arndt, Tristan Gebhardt, and Denny Chalot rounds out the 14 that finished all 17.646 kilometres of racing. And Alex Fielenbach and Marcel Steiner unfortunately retiring respectively on laps 10 and laps 3. So there is a slight clean-up operation underway, which I think has just been completed because Marcel Steinert's cart was unfortunately stricken at one point on the circuit. So the recovery team is expedient as always here at the Vogelsbergring, here at Motorsport Club Wittgenborn. So that was race 1 out of 14. We still have 13 to go. There are the DD2 Masters drivers ready and waiting. And Marco Winkler was very happy with where he ended up after yesterday. But here is your grid for DD2 Masters Wertungslauf 1, race 1. So Thomas Piet, quickest of everybody, and also showed it out on track, starts from pole position. Daniel Schollenberger, currently coming into this round here at Wittgenborn, like side on the front row in the 522. Row 2, it is the 566 of Marco Winkler and the 524 of Lennart Schreiber. 3, it is the 503 of Spence and the 57 of Andreas Neumann. Row 4, it's Tommy Helfinger and Stefan Krabal, 506 and 555 respectively. Row 5, it's Konrad Bayer in the 580 and Klaus Parnett in the 502. And the last, by no means least, row 6, Einar Born in the 560 and everyone's favourite man when it comes to being happy-go-lucky, New Yildiz in the 570. That's your 12 strong for today's first race. 3 races, let's not forget, for DD2 and DD2 Masters. 2 races for everyone else. So, the mind games, they have started. Well, they started yesterday. I think they even started on Friday, to be completely honest with you. 14 minutes on the clock. And effectively, we have, I think Daniel Schollenberger is going to be our new champion because they've gone revs up, lights out, they are racing. And who's going to go into the first corner first? It is Thomas Piet and it's Marco Winkler. Schollenberger has lost a bag full of time and up the inside. Looks like that, and I think it could have been Lennart Schreiber that's just gotten past, but Thomas Piet leads the way. Marco Winkler up into second position, and oh, it's getting a bit feisty. That is not what we wanted. Someone going onto the grass in the chicane in the mid part of the circuit. That has definitely got clean up on aisle 3 all on it. And Stefan Krabau has lost a handful of positions. Well, it looks like Konrad Bayer is looking a bit spirited today. Definitely looking at wrestling with that kart, the comp kart chassis. And some great battling up and down the order. Andreas Frenzel looks to be battling away with the likes of, well, who is that on there? That just coming through into shot now. Andreas Neumann, that is. So I would imagine that is going to be, let's just see, up the inside. That is Schollenberger that's just gone through. And that would have been on Lennart Schreiber. Tommy Helfinger is on the back of this train. And he's trying to go up the inside of Neumann. Clips the curve up the inside. Manages to get through. And Stefan Krabau trying to get his way past to Andreas Frenzel. Whilst Konrad Bayer has got Einar Born. And now Marco Winkler is on pace at the minute with about 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. He is challenging Thomas Piet for the race victory. But it's early days yet, I must remind you all. A little bit further back, Tommy Helfinger battling away with Lennart Schreiber, and Helfinger sends it up the inside. Schreiber gets the cut back, and they nearly clash wheels. That could have given an opportunity to Andreas Neumann, who is in 6th position. They're being closed in on by Klaus Parnett. Then you've got Andreas Frenzel and Stefan Grabau. They round out the top 9 positions. But Thomas Pitt in the Praga is being kept honest by the Paralin of Marco Winkler. And there is still plenty of time remaining in this race. Got to leave no stone unturned. And there's no quarter given in any way, shape or form today on Championship Day itself. And there's an absolute doozy of a battle here. That is Andreas Frenzel, who's ahead of Klaus Parnett. So Frenzel now in 7th position. Stefan Grabau is closing on their 6th, as is. Now Konrad Bayer has been setting bests over the past few laps. We're on to lap number 5, and now Daniel Schollenberger has closed in. He's just put in a 46.2 lap time. He was the best part of over half a second quicker than Marco Winkler, and now Schollenberger knows, because with no Michael Becker here, he has got a straight run to the title this weekend, and he knows it. He doesn't need to go for the victory. He doesn't need to go for 2nd place. But you try telling that to a racer, saying, conserve your tyres, get the points, get on the top of the podium. He wants to go out with a bang this weekend. And that's what we've seen from Schollenberger this season. And looking back at the points, you know, at Kerpen, he took 70 points, 66 at Mulsanne. It's a difficult start to the season, obviously. He took a total of 24 points, but he's really come into his own. Michael Becker's been his nearest competitor. Tommy Helfinger got quite the way that the 506 wanted over the course of the season, but it's like saying, you roll a dice, is it going to be lucky number 7 or is it going to be snake eyes? You just don't know. Good battle. Winkler keeping Schollenberger on it. Thomas Pitt still keeping that cart out in front. Now Thomas Pitt could be in the running. I'm thinking maybe for the runner in the title. And the reason why I say this is that Michael Becker is on 134 points. He's not going to score from this weekend, but you have to look at the bigger picture. Thomas Pitt took 25 points yesterday for winning the intermediate classification. You then also got the 3 other races here as well that's happening today. So that is possibly crucial to what is going to happen. Now, Thomas Pitt was a point behind Stefan Grabau. Tommy Helfinger was in P3 coming into this. And there is, as I mention it, you know what they say, speak of the devil, and he doth appear. So Tommy Helfinger is closing on the 2 in front. So Helfinger fancies an opportunity at going for 2nd position. Olga's got there first. Oh no! As I say that was a bit too overzealous there, and Tommy Helfinger thought, oh yeah, Schollenberger's got the door open, I've got enough room to get through. Winkler was turning in already. He knew the move from Schollenberger was coming, and there is, now that is the 567 of Andreas Neumann that has just retired on the spot, coming out of the hairpin on the far part of the circuit. Well, that is a very interesting development there. Looks to be a technical issue, which is why he hasn't been able to get going again. So our first, well, Rainer Born's already parked the kart as well. So I'm wondering if, now, I'm just seeing that I think that Tommy Helfinger is carrying on, because Andreas Frenzel now finds himself behind Marco Winkler, and Marco Winkler lost out as a result of that incident because Lennart Schreiber has gotten through. 6 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Wittgenborn, a confirmed retirement on lap 6. It's a confirmed retirement anyway, judging by the images I've just seen on my screen, as I know that you have as well. But Thomas Piet now has a lead, and it's a considerable one. 1.312 seconds over Daniel Schollenberger. So out of the 12 carts that started this race 7 3/4 minutes ago, we have 10 left. Piet just comfortably extending that lead. It's now 1.227 seconds over Daniel Schollenberger. Schollenberger can relax a little bit because he knows that the title is pretty much assured to be going his way. There are still battles to be waged, wars to be won, and we've got a little bit of a battle here between Marco Winkler, Andreas Frenzel, and the recovering Stefan Grabau. Grabau did have a bit of a difficult race yesterday. Difficult race day. There's Schollenberger. And he's trying to close the gap up to Thomas Piet at the moment. At this particular juncture, his lap times seem to be coming down. 46.384, gaps now down to just over 9/10 of a second between first and second position. Battle for what is for 5th and 6th. That is between Lennart Schreiber, Marco Winkler, Andreas Frenzel, and Stefan Grabau is continuing on at a very, very good pace. And they've all just done personal best, fastest lap of the race. Driver in 7th position, Tommy Helfinger. Now on to lap number 13. Helfinger's done a 46.295. That was at the completion of lap number 11. So 3 minutes and 40 still to go. Running order is as follows. Well, 2 retirements. First was Wittgenborn on lap 6. Andreas Neumann lap 7. It's Thomas Piet leading the way. Schollenberger gap down to 0.728 seconds. The battle for the lead. Lennart Schreiber is in 3rd ahead of Marco Winkler, Andreas Frenzel, Stefan Grabau, Tommy Helfinger, Klaus Bayer, and New Yildiz. Grabau looks to be rather quickly closing in on Andreas Frenzel for what is 5th place. 2 leaders at the moment, and Daniel Schollenberger, one on a Prague, one on a Sodi kart. There's Lennart Schreiber being followed by Marco Winkler, Andreas Frenzel, Stefan Grabau, and looks like Tommy Helfinger has closed up again, and Helfinger has just gone the best part of over 3/10 of a second of the 3 drivers in front. Make that 4. So Helfinger has got clear pace, and Grab could be the first to taste his wrath within the next 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap. And that was a moment and a half there for Lennart Schreiber, who just went wide coming out of turn 1, and all of a sudden Marco Winkler was like the proverbial rat up a drain pipe. He took complete advantage of the situation that unfolded in front of him. And you know what they say, if you're going to capitalise, you've got to do it then. There's the move coming from Helfing Stefan Krabau. Has been a move. Looks like Schreiber has been battling away. That is with Andreas Frenzel. That could end up rather nastily. Oh, no, 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 no. That was not what was required there. And it was tit for tat there, I think, a little bit between Frenzel and Schreiber. As now Grabau gets back past Tommy Helfinger through turn 1. Now he's looking for an opportunity to get past Lennart Schreiber for what is effectively P5. But sometimes drivers will not give an inch, but they will take a mile when it comes to battling at this circuit. Into the last 50 seconds we go, and Thomas Piet now has started re-extending that gap as here comes Stefan Krabau. That's a great move, well timed on Schreiber, but Schreiber gets through on the very next corner. That could open the door for Tommy Helfinger, but Stefan Krabau slams it shut. Now effectively onto the penultimate lap of the race as Helfinger's looking up the inside through into turn 1, slingshots past Stefan Krabau, and Krabau can't do anything about it, was powerless in trying to counter-attack that move from Helfinger, which I think he knew was coming anyway. So into the final few seconds of this first of 3 races for these drivers. Not just for them, but also for DD2. Time has hit 0. Next time around we should be getting the final lap board. There it is. Thomas Piet has been shown the signal that he needs as he flies his way through into the infield section here at the circuit here at Wittgenborn, 1,038 metres in length. So it will be a total of 19 laps completed, so probably the best part of nearly 20 kilometres of racing. Thomas Piet has done the job that he's needed to do. The only person that has been closest to him is current championship leader Daniel Schollenberger. As Tommy Helfinger closing in on Lennart Schreiber, but it's not going to be enough for anyone to challenge Thomas Piet, who takes the checkered and wins race 1 here on Championship Day, Sunday, the 3rd of October 2021. And Daniel Schollenberger, I think there was a big sigh of relief, because now I think he knows he's done enough. That to be confirmed, but I think if he gets into the top 2, even the top 3 in the next race, he has secured it, because there is no Michael Becker here this weekend. If Becker was here this weekend, we could have a very, very different story altogether. But let's have a look at the results. Thomas Piet takes victory from Daniel Schollenberger by just over 9.5 tenths of a second after 19 laps of racing. Marco Winkler in the 566 will be very happy with the finish. Ahead of Andreas Frenzel, Lennart Schreiber takes 5th. Tommy Helfinger in the 506 could have gone for a top 3, but ended up 6th at the end of it. Stefan Krabau, actually, and as I say that, Tommy Helfinger has been given a 5-second post-race penalty for an unsafe return to the track. Stefan Krabau in 7th. Klaus Parnett in 8th, ahead of Konrad Bayer. Tanja Yildiz being the last of the 10 classified drivers that finished all 19 laps of racing, with Andreas Neumann retiring on lap 7, Heiner Born on lap 6. So the green flag has waved at the pre-grid. You're starting on the penultimate race for Micromax this season. Big though, Gabriel Hoffmann starting from the dummy grid. So it will be Nicolas Casarino who starts from pole position ahead of championship leader Noah Janssen. Arjen Kreling, one of 4 drivers in the fight for the title, including Casarino, will start P3. Carlos Nees starts 4th. Gabriel Hoffmann looks to be starting from the dummy grid. So once the carts get released, he will be released. Len Abbas starts 6th ahead of Christos Malakos, Lennox Lidsinger and Tim Steiger round out the 9 strong. So that is a bit of big news there. I did see Gabriel Hoffmann not on the traditional starting area of the pre-grid here at Wittgenborn. So he's now going to have to fight for a top 3 finish. So that puts the battle between Casarino, Janssen and Kreling. Now it's going to be a bit disheartening for Gabriel Hoffmann. He was on the top 3 last season. He was vice champion last year, if memory serves me correctly. So it's Casarino and Janssen that will be controlling the pace. When they let them go racing, Gabriel Hoffmann will be out on the circuit. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. The penultimate race of their season about to get underway. Through the final corner they go. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are. Revs are rising, and it looks like we've gotten away cleanly. So through they go into turn 1. Casarino has got the jump on Janssen into the first few corners of the circuit. And Carlos Nees has already got a great launch past Arjen Kreling. So Carlos Nees is already showing that he will be one to watch next season. Through into the chicane as Gabriel Hoffmann is out on circuit, and now the hard work for the youngster begins. Move a little bit further back. Looks like Tim Steiger getting back up the inside of Christos Malakos for position. And there is Hoffmann. So Hoffmann now has 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Plus an additional lap to try and close on in on those in front. So Casarino already has a 1/3 of a second advantage. Noah Janssen. Carlos Nees in 3rd position, being chased by Arjen Kreling. Now, Casarino was 25 points behind Noah Janssen coming into this round. They will be taking drop scores into account. So Gabriel Hoffmann is approximately, I'm just seeing where he is at the moment. Don't know where he is at the minute because he's gone across the line having completed the first lap and did a 1:03.39. And there is Hoffmann, so he is closing. The gap between Hoffmann and Malakos, 5.2 seconds. Top 3 across the line, they are covered, or top cross line, they are covered by less than half a second. Len Abbas makes that nearly a second, covering the top 5 overall. And this is where things are going to get rather tricky, folks, because it's about those that go for broke. The one that's going to go for broke, I'm very much assuring myself on this, is Carlos Nees in 3rd place. But the rest of them have to consider a championship ramification. But Arjen Kreling up the inside of Carlos Nees. And Noah Janssen loses a little bit of traction coming out of the hairpin. And, oh yeah, he went a little bit wider coming out of that hairpin, and all of a sudden, he's now got 3 Maranello carts not too far behind him. Now, Hoffmann's trying to get up to pace, did a 54.8 last time around, whereas the rest of them are running in the 50, well, the top 5 are running in the 52s, but Nicolas Casarino has bolted. He has now bolted, now that Arjen Kreling has gotten close to Noah Janssen, and Janssen nearly came unstuck. In that race. through the hairpin. 5 minutes and 52 seconds. There's the move that Kraling needs to work at it and get himself up into second. But Carlos Knees, what an opportunist! Kraling was too busy looking to his left-hand side. Then all of a sudden, Carlos Knees decided to just thread the eye of the needle. Went through. Janssen got through on the next in a couple of corners' time. You have one lapse of concentration, and all of a sudden it can all go south rather quickly. And Arjen Kraling has just found out the hard way. I did say that Carlos Knees would be a bit of a disruptor here, and that's exactly what has happened. But in the meantime, Nicolas Casarino has managed to get away to the tune of 1.139 seconds. He's put in the fastest lap of the race of 52.190. As again, Arjen Kraling closing in on Noah Janssen for third place. It was second a lap ago before Carlos Knees decided to bring his 2 cents to the party. And then that just goes to show you. I wonder if Carlos Knees has been named after Carlos Sainz, possibly with that first name. You never know, do you? It's like with us here in the United Kingdom, where people call their kids, if they're petrol heads and they love Formula One and they follow maybe McLaren or something like that, they'll normally go, oh yeah, we'll use Jensen as a first name. Happens all across the globe. Children are named after famous racing drivers because of their parents, but it does happen. So 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Nicolas Casarino has a 1.126 second lead over Carlos Knees in second. And it looks like that they're, with Gabriel Hoffmann unfortunately having to start from the pre-grid, it has really scuppered his chances of a championship push. It's a real shame for the youngster, but I know he'll come back fighting again next season, whichever class he'll be in next year. Always smiles, him and his father Mario, and also I know that his family, the Croatian side of his family, will be still cheering him on no matter how he gets on this weekend. Great supporters of the young man himself. 3 minutes and 30 seconds still to go. Nicolas Casarino is doing what he needs to do. He's going quicker every single lap, but Noah Janssen's got the fastest lap. I know that Paolo, Nicolas's dad, will be there. I remember Paolo asking me all these questions of what was going on with like the podiums and the grand finals. I know for a fact that he'll be very, very happy with he'll be very proud of his son as well. But Carlos Knees coming under fire a little bit here from number 31 of Noah Janssen. It could be down to the wire on what happens as we head into the last 2 3/4 minutes of this race. And Carlos Knees wanting to get that second position back because Noah Janssen has again got himself in the right place at the right time. This is crucial, folks. This is the penultimate race of the season, and the grid from this race, the finishing order, the confirmed finishing order from this race decides the final race of the season. And for Micromax, it will be at 13:55 today. Casino is on for a very, very good weekend. And out of the Micromax competitors, there's been a couple of drivers that have been close to a perfect weekend. And the two that I'm going to tell you are the ones that are in first and second respective. Well, 3 actually. So Noah Janssen is one of them. Arjen Kraling in fourth currently is one of them. Nearly had a perfect weekend at Mulsanne. Noah Janssen had a pretty good, he's had 2 very good weekends. 2 very good weekends indeed. Arjen Kraling was close in Mulsanne, but that was even closer for Noah Janssen. And Noah Janssen has picked up quite a few points. 63 in the first weekend, 75 in the second. And then you look at weekend 3 at Kaupen, 47 points. Just over a minute to go in the race itself. And Nicolas Casarino is a second ahead of these two, battling away over second position. Noah Janssen and Carlos Nees. Looks like Arjen Kreling has dropped off the tail end of it a little bit. And the battle here, that will be more than likely between... That's the 27, Christos Malakos. That is actually a Formula K car, part of the same umbrella IPK has. So Formula K, RS, and also Plus. 26 seconds remain on the clock. As we go on to the 11th and penultimate lap of this first race. Rettungslauf 1 here for Micromax. The gap between Janssen and Casarino has dropped to just over 0.8 of a second. What's more, Noah Janssen puts in the fastest lap of the race, 51.931. The only driver to get that get underneath that bracket so far in this race. Carlos Nees has also set a personal best, but we are on to the final lap because the timer expired nearly 30 seconds ago. Final lap is out for Niklas Casarino, the number 12 from DJS Racing. Through turn 1, and the gap now has come down again. 52.2. Casarino just needs to be careful because Noah Janssen is closing down. If Janssen had another lap or two in his pocket, I think it would have been a different story completely. Through the mid-part chicane, middle part of the circuit they go. Carlos Nees trying to close in on Noah Janssen, but time is waiting for no one. Through the hairpin for the final time. Into the next right, and then another right after that. The checkered flag is being prepared on the start-finish line. And that is it. Casarino takes the win by less than half a second. Noah Janssen takes 7th place ahead of Carlos Nees by just over 0.2 of a second. End of that race. 12 laps in total. Niklas Casarino wins by nearly half a second. So let's have a look at the rest of the results. All the drivers have come across the line because we're still waiting for Lennox Leitzinger and Gabriel Hoffmann. So Casarino has taken the victory. Right, there are a couple of penalties coming though. This has changed things a little bit. Well, it's saying that there's a couple of drivers that have gone through 3 seconds on the 3-second penalty for going outside the corridor. So, looks like Lennox Leitzinger did not make it to the end, but Niklas Casarino took the victory ahead of Noah Janssen by just over half a second. Carlos Nees in 3rd, Arjen Kreling in 4th ahead of Len Abbas, who rounds out the top 5. Tim Stiger in 6th ahead of Christos Malakos, and Gabriel Hoffmann, who is the 8th and final driver that managed to make it to the checkered flag, with Lennox Leitzinger not able to make it to the finish, being a lap down of the leaders. So on your screens there, ladies and gentlemen, we have all 5. I'm really, really pleased to see that 9 Bretagne is back on the grid. So would have been medically cleared to have raced, but yeah, really good to see that 9 Bretagne is back with us. Now, there was a little bit of a I did say that there was a possibility that an incident would have been looked into, and my fears were confirmed courtesy of Ken Washington, who starts on the grid. He actually got, I think, just going to have a quick look. Now, I'd imagine that there's a post-race penalty for Kenyon Washington, who's really happy. He said that was a great day, and then obviously he was brought down to earth with a bump. These things do happen, it is part and parcel of the learning journey within racing. But today is going to be an interesting one. Mika Trapp's already got the title, no Simon Meyer, but it's going to take. Now, looking at it from this perspective, is this going to change things for second place in the championship? Because everyone else is going to be battling away for the scraps on the table. So at the moment, out of these drivers, David Jurush is on 4th place, but green flag waved. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So following on from yesterday, Matthias Schulze starts from pole position. David Jurush will start up alongside on the front row, with Alexander Klugel and Kenyon Washington completing the top 2 rows. 9 Bretagne did not take any participation in the second heat yesterday, but will now be in the thick of things for today's races. So it's very good to see that youngster back out on track. So we have 9 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Their penultimate race of the 2021 season. There is Matthias Schulze. Big thank you to the people in excess of 115 now currently watching. And thank you so for joining us throughout the race. So it will be between Matthias Schulze and David Jurush. Now, has there been a problem for 9 Bretagne? Because I can't see him on the circuit. This has been an issue. Right then, there are 4 drivers on the circuit, so 9 Bretagne did not make it out. So through into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Full start has been called by race control, and we've got a red flag. I think I've just seen a red flag there. And that is confirmed, so red flag has been called. So you can actually now see that Freitag has ended up on the back of this train. So we're going to try this again. Second time vasking out of the final corner into the tram lines. The revs start to rise. Are we ready? They're going to bring them over. So they've done the red flag. They're just stopping them there. Just asking them to so they're getting everyone out of their carts, it looks like. That is one of the race direction crew there. Supposed to be Thomas Leiner, if memory serves me correctly, on the finish straight. Just explaining how they want things done. And a little bit of instruction to Freitag and Matthias Schulze and Kenyon Washington having another quick brief couple of conversations. So once again, we are going to be getting things going. So going to try and get the tyres and engine up to temperature. Get themselves ready for racing. So it will be Matthias Schulze that starts from pole position. David Jarush in second in the 1-2-1. Alexander Klugel in the 1-8-0. Kenyon Washington in the 1-1-4. And Freitag in the 1-91. So yeah, it was a 5-second time penalty for pushing for Kenyon Washington. Now we are waiting for Freitag to close on in on the back of the field, and there he is. Right, so the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? We have got a green light. We are racing. And Matthias Schulze gets a good start. And David Jarush drops behind of Alexander Klugel and Kenyon Washington. Now we've seen some great battling between this this reduced number of drivers. And Schulze is keeping the lead for the moment, but Alexander Klugel was looking briefly up the inside there on Schulze for the race lead. Kenyon Washington has got David Jarush breathing oil over his back bumper right now. Lap 1 completed. Schulze leads the way by 0.232 ahead of Alexander Klugel. Kenyon Washington a little bit further back is about half a second adrift. Well, he was half a second adrift before David Jarush said otherwise, and Jarush has got back past 1-2-1, now up into third position. As Klugel trying to get onto level terms with Matthias Schulze. But Schulze not making it easy at all. Far part of the circuit they go into the hairpin. Klugel's got he looks to the outside to try and get the cut back. Great defensive work there by Matthias Schulze, who gets a little bit of a nudge from behind, a little bit of an assist. Doesn't help, but it hinders Alexander Klugel. But Alexander Klugel through into the next right-hander takes the lead on lap number 2 of this race. Across the line, and Alexander Klugel now leads by nearly 9.5 tenths of a second ahead of Matthias Schulze. David Jarush rounds out the top 3 ahead of Kenyon Washington, and Jarush now closing in on Matthias Schulze. What is second on the road? Kenyon Washington. It's about 9/10 of a second behind it. There is the move by Jarush. Jarush now back up into second position, having got past Matissa. And now Kenyon Washington is closing in. And Naim Bretag, a 3-second post-race penalty given for 2 wheels outside of the corridor, or 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. And Washington now is in P3 ahead of Schulter. There's Alexander Klugel, and I think, oh, don't tell me it's happening again. Looks like the weather is getting a bit tricky. Yep, there were showers predicted, and could be that the drivers are now going to have to watch what they do. The tail ends of these carts are going to be a little bit sideways. The slippery surface flags are out. It's going to be about who measures the conditions the best. If it's a significant amount of rainfall, they will red flag it on safety grounds because the drivers started this race on slick tyres. And Kenyon Washington gets very sideways onto the approach into what was the penultimate, well, which was the last right-hander on the circuit, the very tight hairpin. Alexander Klugel is just trying to coax the cart around the circuit. This is not going to be easy for any driver whatsoever. Klugel just needs to keep it neat and tidy, so does everyone else. David Jarush looking to keep himself ahead, so these drivers not having a great time at all. DD2 copped it first, and now it's Minimax. We've got juniors up next, so there is going to be a decision being made, I would imagine. There will be a point where it will be declared a wet meeting. But it's still very nip and tuck between that decision happening. And for my money, if the showers are not too bad, you might still be able to, if you've got enough temperature in the tyres. As all, that's very sideways coming out of turn 1. Very sideways from David Jarush. He's managing to keep it going. But Washington used the curbs on the inside through the infield section. And into the next right-hander. Washington has got through. Lost a bit of traction, applying the power down. But this now, just about a race of survival as Jarush loses the back end completely. He threw into the hairpin, composed himself, gets back onto the circuit. Matthias Schulter has dropped way back because of what's happened. Because these conditions, it is not easy for the drivers out there. They're having to deal with it. And it's about those that will profit, that will be able to do the best job at hand. And even with the amount of steering correction he's having to do, Alexander Klugel has got presence of mind. You just keep an eye on him for a second. You're just going to see the amount of steering input. He's trying to do as minimal as possible in terms of throttle and brake modulation, because if you hit the brakes too hard, the back end's going to step out. If you power down, the back end's going to step out. So you're in between a rock and a hard place here. Alexander Klugel gets his head down, through into the hairpin, and the lap times have dropped off considerably. We're running in the 1:07s. I'm not at all surprised with the changing conditions. That was only going to be a matter of time before that happened. He's doing a very good job, is Alexander Klugel. in the 180. So I would think, running fast out of time. Alexander Klugel running in the 108s. Kenyon Washington, who's in second now, 1 minute 7.4. Gap's now down to 2.5 seconds. If Kenyon Washington was the best part of 1.3 seconds quicker per lap, then I would say possibly that Kenyon Washington has a chance at the race victory. But Alexander Klugel is not looking back. He's just got the blinkers on. He's not looking back at all. And one of the more fastidious things from this is the timer now hits 1 minute and 7 seconds. That means that the next time around, I think it will be the final lap after this one. So less than 60 to go. Klugel's just trying to find some traction, as is Kenyon Washington. And through with 45 seconds on the clock, the gap was 2.5 seconds last time around. It's now down by nearly half. 1.390 is the difference between Alexander Klugel and Kenyon Washington, and that's very wide going through that corner there by both drivers. But Washington has got that gap down by, oh well, the way things are going is that Kenyon Washington is less than half a second behind Alexander Klugel, because the timer is going to run out as they will exit the hairpin. So Alexander Klugel's got to watch himself. Kenyon Washington wanting to have a good day in the office today, and that is it. Timer has run out. After this, we've got one more lap to go. And oh, that's wide from Klugel. Washington's got the move done. Washington taking the opportunity when it presented itself. He took 2 victories in Micromax here at this very circuit last season, and an opportunity has come his way. And Washington crosses the line. The final lap board is out, and it was 1.4 seconds. It's now, that's a 1.7 second swing in favour of Kenyon Washington, but he's just got to be very, very careful. He's got to feel what the car is doing and just run how he wants to race. And that's helping him now. The way that he closed up on Alexander Klugel was great to see, but Alexander Klugel was just trying to get the kart across the line. So a minute has passed since the timer has run out. We go into the hairpin for the final time, and Klugel up the inside. Washington powers out of it, and Klugel can't do anything, but Klugel might look for a move going through into the next corner. Washington blocks it neatly, tidily. Overzealousness there, but Alexander Klugel, oh, that was a bit close there, but out of the final corner, 2 years in a row, Kenyon Washington wins on the final race day of the season. How's about that one? And he did that fair and square. That was very good racing. So Kenyon Washington wins Wertungslauf 1 here in Minimax on the final day of the season, championship day, by 0.286 seconds ahead of Alexander Klugel, who at one point had a comfortable 3-second lead, and it was deteriorated rapidly because of the weather conditions and also because of Kenyon Washington's pace. David Girouche takes third ahead of Matthias Schulter, who started from pole position and unfortunately missed out. And last but by no means least, Naim Bretag. But Kenyon Washington wins Minimax Wertungslauf 1 by just under 0.3 from Alexander Klugel. So the drivers are making themselves prepared and ready for their penultimate round of the 2021 season. Bit of manoeuvring happening in the dummy grid. So I think they're just trying to sort out the order now. There is one kart that I can't see on my screen at the moment. It looks like Montego Marsan, who is meant to be alongside Yanni Stiak, who's on the bottom right of the screen in the 239. They're meant to be on row number 2. So this to me, says to me, is there an issue for Montego Masson? Because if Montego Masson's not on there, then that is going to be a very, very difficult day in the office for the 282. Right, they're trying to get things a bit more. So, right, okay. Now, this is where things are. This just goes to show when they're trying to get things organised. That is Nikita Genza's kart. I've just seen Fahin Mega shots. We've got the 255, Michael Pedersen, 236 Nevia Fisher, who's due to start in the inside of row 4. And then also the 201, that's Lewis Detling's kart, starting 8th. Oh, dearie me. There I see Montego Masson. He was hiding all the way along, wasn't he? Montego was in the bottom left corner. You can see the high-vis crash helmet, the top part of it thereof. So we are a little bit delayed. And Moritz Volber just having a discussion with one of the race control team. A few drivers shaking their heads. They're probably like thinking, what on earth is going on here? Well, you're just going to have to bear with. If it's not down to you, it's probably down to somebody else. They've just got to keep their heads, you know, they've got to just keep themselves calm and cool. And Mikkel Pedersen showing is venting on something there. It's like saying, what is going on? Right, the flag has waved. Ah, right. Now, I see what has happened here. Now, this is how the grid is meant to be happening, because it's meant to be Fire and Mega with Nikita Genza, Janis Diak and Montego Mas, and that's row 2. Row 3 is Mikkel Pedersen and Lewis Jacobs. Row 4, Nevio Fischer and Lewis Stettling. Moritz Volber and Gregor Feigenspann are meant to complete the top 10. Ahead of Adrian Hoare, Oli Glan, Rafael Henhofer, Leandro Fischer, Rafael Balzer, Jonas Ungnade, Zino Falke, Austin Lee, Maximilian Schreier, David Schnell, rounding out the top 20. Right. Now this is interesting. So I'm going to round out what the rest of the grid should be. It's Richard Thomas, Tom Müller, Hugo Guttel, Leon Vakula and Johnny Mutz. So we have Farin Mega, Nikita Genza, Mikkel Pedersen, Nevio Fischer, Lewis Detling, who are not going to be part of the rolling start, just by what I've seen. So that is going to be an interesting dynamic for Wertungslauf 1. Penultimate race of their season. Farin Mega is one step away from being added to the honour roll of Junior Rotax champions, following on from last year's champion, Valentin Klus. So effectively, your pole position is going to Janis Diak with Montego Masson alongside on the front row. How's about that for something different? Okay, 11 minutes on the clock. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, and I'm wondering if we do get a start. I don't think we are, because they've just right. I thought as much. Red flag has been called. Well, I think it's a repeat of what we've had in the first Wertungslauf for minis. So we've had exactly the same thing happen here in juniors. But this is from what my understanding is as of now. Some drivers getting out of their car. I think they're probably going to be told to go around for another lap. And one driver deciding to get out of the car and do some jogging on the spot. Hang on a second, I thought we weren't in the gym class here in Wittgenborn. So Janis Diak just having a discussion with Mike Wagner. As to what the plan of action is. So the carts have started circulating once again after a little bit of a delay. So at the moment we are running close to 15 minutes behind schedule. Also, I did forget to mention that Leandro Fischer was also not on the. Everyone else decided, excuse me, move out of the dummy grid. So we're going to try this again and get things going. Into the final corner, into the tram lines. Are they going to start accelerating? Well, the timer has started counting down, and this has changed everything. So Montego Masson has actually led the field across the start-finish line to start the race. So Janis Diak went off into the distance, and I think now has ended up right at the back, because there will be a barrage of carts waiting until they come across the line. And now the race really gets underway, but it's been turned upside down on its head. Now, one of the reasons being is that if they don't make the dummy grid, they can get dispensation to race, but they have to start from the back of the grid. Maurits Volber has just gone up the inside of, looks like, Oli Glan. There's some more positions being changed. So there are a couple of study cuts in there, one of them being Rafael Balzer, who is currently running in. But it has changed. There's a lot of changes happening. So Montego Masson leads the way. Lewis Jacobs in second, Maurits Volber in third. Gregor Feigenspan, Adrian Hoare, Rafael Renhofer, Rafael Balzer, Austin Lee. Now, Austin Lee was one of several drivers that started at the back end of the field. Austin Lee started 18th as Renhofer up the inside of Adrian Hoare. And there is Austin Lee, who looks to have gotten past Rafael Balzer, and Austin Lee now is effectively in what is 7th position. So the drivers come across the line, and Renhofer confirmed in 5th, Austin Lee in 7th, and closing in on Adrian Hoare just puts in a 48.723 second lap time. Ritter Thomas in the 222 is the fastest out there. He's currently P11. Hugo Güssel has gotten past Oli Glan in the meantime. And another move happening. That is a bit further down the order, as that was Gregor Feigenspan being passed by Rafael Renhofer, as Austin Lee trying to get up the inside of Adrian Hoare, and then all of a sudden Rafael Balzer decides to steamroll in. And Maximilian Schreier looks to be losing a position or two. Well, it was David Schnell that lost a position. Zeno Falkers dropped down to 16th, courtesy of Leon Vakula. And of those that are pretty much a few seconds behind, Jonny Mertz in 18th, Farin Mega 19th, and Farin would have started in pole position. So if the drivers and the carts are not in the dummy grid, then they can actually be put into the not the escape lane, so to speak, but more the starting position for when, if you don't make it in on time, you get the clearance to race. You've got to go into the sin bin, so to speak. That was the term I was looking for. Very hockey related, but never mind. And great battles up and down the order. Austin Lee battling away with Gregor Feigenspan. And Austin Lee, I think, is ahead of him now. So Austin Lee has made up, well, he's been gifted a few positions, but, you know, any driver will be happy with that because it means it gives them a bigger opportunity. And there's a move from Rafael Renhofer up the inside of Maurits Volber to take third place. Now, Renhofer was starting P13 in this race. He did put on Instagram stories earlier today saying started P13. Let's see what I can do. Well, he's now in what is third place, and he's got to start chasing down the pair of Lewis Jacobs and Montego Masson. And what Lewis Jacobs is only less than a second up the road from Raphael Renhofer. Austin Lee now up into 5th place, half a second behind Nies Racing's Moritz Volber, and Lee, based out of Weisendorf these days. Family originates from the Philippines and also from Oregon in the United States of America. Showing good pace. Was P7 on the road in race 1, but was basically disqualified. Was excluded through an incident that as deemed by the stewards. Now is within 2.5 tenths or so of a second on Moritz Volber, as Raphael Renhofer putting the pressure down on Lewis Jacobs. So what they did was, what they have done is that they have made sure things have gone rather quickly. Fine Mega though, 19th position at the minute. Could use this as a drop score actually. Is the fastest driver out there, the only one to break under the 47-second bracket, as Raphael Renhofer gets the move done on Lewis Jacobs. Moritz Volber and Austin Lee waiting for their chance, as Austin Lee up the inside of Moritz Volber. That's a clean move from the 2-2-3. Last year's Minimax champion. This is his first full season as a junior. It's not been an easy one. A change of teams in the midway point of the season. He's been competing in multiple different championships, including the Euro Trophy, the BNL Karting Series, and most recently the Belgian Mat. Raphael Balzer fending off the attacks and advances of Adrien Rohr and Maximilian Schreier in the battle for what is P7 on the road. I think Austin Lee feels that there's an opportunity of maybe even a 3rd place finish. I think it could even be a 2nd place finish. Raphael Renhofer is not closing in on Montego Masson. Montego Masson has scarpered away into the distance. He's 2.5 seconds up the road. And if you were going to say to me, I'm sorry, but that was incredible saving from Gregor Feigenspann, I think I just saw there, who's behind Adrien Rohr and Raphael Balzer. Meanwhile, Austin Lee putting the pressure on Lewis Jacobs for P4. He's bringing along Moritz Volber, who's just passed along for the roller coaster ride. And through the chicane, he done by all 4 drivers between 2nd and 5th. And Austin Lee waiting for his chance to get past Lewis Jacobs. Won't do it yet, might do it maybe in the next couple of corners. Seems to be a little bit of a sweet spot for him at the moment, but not on that particular occasion. Raphael Balzer ahead of Adrien Rohr, but Feigenspann whacked the curbs on that infield section just a lap ago. And through turn 1 they go, through the chicane, into the next left-hander. Austin Lee a little bit more calm and composed, a little bit tighter on the apexes from the 2-2-3 in comparison with the 2-2-8. Lewis Jacobs just up ahead. Balzer trying to keep Adrien Rohr at bay. And we've got 3.5 minutes to go, well, just under 3.5 minutes to go. Montego Masson has pretty much checked out as Austin Lee up the inside through the hairpin on Lewis Jacobs. And Moritz Volber tries to get through. Lewis Jacobs got a good run of traction coming out of the hairpin, but Austin Lee was quick to go on the defensive, and he's done exactly the same here as Balzer and Rohr nearly come to blows, and that nearly compromised Feigenspann in the process in the 211. Some great clean racing, as now Austin Lee has a bit of clean air. Can he chase down Raphael Renhofer in the next 2 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap? Easier said than done. So this is now the Austin Lee train, and it's starting from 3rd down to 8th position, rounded out by the 211 of Adrien Rohr. The 211 of Gregor Feigenspann. 2 minutes on the clock to go. Renhofer is going quicker. Mega still languishing down in 19th position. Has put in the fastest lap of the race of 46.815 on the completion of 10 laps of racing. And Moritz Volber fancies an opportunity on Lewis Jacobs. The move could be incoming very soon, but I don't think this time around it will happen. But no one has retired from this run. Müller now rounds out the top 10. A good run result for the youngster. He was last year in Minimax, so one of several drivers that has made the move up to juniors for 2021 full time. Rafael Balzer is soaking up the pressure like a sponge. The 217 from Beulah Kart Racing Team, who is currently in 6th position ahead of Motorsport's Adrien Rohr. But Austin Lee's done a great job. Started P10 on the revised start because of the drivers in front of him that did not take the start. That was 8 places. And he's made up another 7, so that's a total of 15 positions gained for the 223. So Montego Masson still leads by 2.272 seconds ahead of Rafael Renhofer. Then it's a further 2.6 seconds back to Austin Lee. And it looks like, Leandro Fischer has been lapped already by the top 2. And Austin Lee has got to just try and hang on, try and get past Leandro Fischer very, very quickly indeed, if he can, because there's now 13 seconds on the clock. I think we could be onto our last lap very, very shortly if the timer runs out before, Montego Masson. Has he crossed the line yet? Timer has hit 0. And final lap board is out. Austin Lee just needs to get past Leandro Fischer, and the 223 from JJ Racing gets through. So does Lewis Jacobs. And Leandro Fischer had the presence of mind just to lift off the throttle and let them all through. But it has been a bit of a formality for Montego Masson. Hasn't really looked back. Rafael Renhofer has managed to get through into 2nd position, and it's going to be a welcome result for Austin Lee, his best of the season so far. But out of the final corner, it is going to be the 282. Montego Masson wins Wertungslauf 1 here at Wittgenborn. 2nd, it's Rafael Renhofer. Austin Lee in 3rd position from 18th on the grid. Lewis Jacobs in 4th ahead of Moritz Volber. Rafael Balzer in 6th. Adrien Rohr, Gregor Feigenschmann, Richard Thomas and Tom Müller round out the top 10 positions. Looks like Zino Valka didn't make it to the finish, unfortunately, with 13 laps complete in 25th. Running out the 24 that finished as many laps as possible, apart from Leandro Fischer, who finished down off of the leaders. It was Maximilian Schreier, Leon Vacula, Hugo Gütel, Vahin Mega making it up to 14th, so we'll score a couple of points from this race. Ahead of Oli Glan, Jonas Ungrada running at the top 17 with David Schnell, Nikita Genza, and Johnny Martz running at the top 20. Mikkel Pedersen in 21st ahead of Lewis Dedling. Nevio Fischer and Leandro Fischer completing the 24 strong that finished and took the checkered flag, with Zino Falca retiring with a couple of laps to go. So from juniors we go to seniors. Here is your starting grid for Wertungslauf 1 for these drivers. And here is the starting order. Linus Henson starts from pole position. Lukas Hartmann in second in 309. Row 2 is the 310 of Maurice Schmeis and the 341 of Max Wirtz. Then it's the 339 of Finn Stiak and the 394 of Giuseppe Fico, row 3. Row 4, Max Busch in the 313 and Luca Köster in the 366. Running out the top 10, it's Luca Thiel in the 399 and Darius Nitu in the 3. Running out the 21 strong grid, it is Lukas Thompson in the 312, Leander Luke Schneider in the 345, Kian Agassadi in the 52, Adrian Dobric in the 335, the 363 of Philip Keskik, 327 of Bennett Arends, the 331 of Luisa Keller, the 355 of Mats Johan Overhoff, the number 323 of Finley Humfrecht, the 302 of Lasse Reinhardt, and Vivian Michel Wright in the 328 brings the 21 strong grid to a close. Minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, and I'm not too sure if that was a good start because Linus Henson got an absolute jump and a half. I hope that's not too much where it's considered to be a jump start by race control. Your guess is as good as mine, but we are underway and racing. So things are getting rather heated already. Finn Stiak looks to have made up a couple of positions already, might be up into P3. As there's moves up and down the order. Luca Köster looks to be getting his elbows out a little bit here as well, amongst others. Don't forget about the likes of Kian Agassadi. So crossing lines to complete lap number 1. Henson leads from Schmeis, Hartmann in third. Max Wirtz, Max Busch ran out the top 5. Schmeis has made his way past Hartmann and Max Busch up into P5. Finn Stiak, Giuseppe Fico and Luca Köster ran at the top 8 ahead of Kian Agassadi and Bennett. Brilliant start to his race. Luca Thiel is all the way down in 17th position. So the 399 who is close in terms of the positioning, in terms of the championship. But Linus Henson has one more race after this. If he can win this race, I think he'll have one hand on a successful title defence. Considering the fact as, right, Lukas Thompson looks to be out early. And that is a big shame for the 3 running on the Mach 1 chassis. So 12 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. Plus an additional lap. Leander Luke Schneider up to 14th. And that is the battle on your screens there between Maurice Schmeis and Lukas Hartmann. Hartmann up the... Well, that was not Hartmann. My apologies there. That looks to be Luca Köster that's got past... Seeing who that is, because there have been quite a few changes, let's be honest. I did see a Karchmi kart in front, and that could be more than likely Giuseppe Fico. So this here is one of the other battles, and that is Hartmann versus Schmeis. Max Wirtz is trying to close, the driver from 3G Racing. Max Busch rounds out the top 5 ahead of Finn Stiak. See, the back axle of Lukas Hartmann's kart gets a bit of air going through the chicane on the mid part of the circuit. But they are all still battling over the scraps on the table as Bennett Arends, Luca Köster and Kian Agassadi battling away over what is 8th position on the road. And Bennett Arends, after that, coming together with Luca Thiel, which was no fault of his. It was more like Luca Thiel went for the inside move on the hairpin in the final race yesterday. Bennett Arends had nowhere to go. The front end got an absolute wallop and a half. Good to see. I spy with my little eye, courtesy of social media, Kai Rielitz is watching, cheering on the guys from JJ. So Kai, hope you and the family are well. I'll see you guys at BNL next week. 10 minutes and 13 to go. So Lucas Thompson. Right, okay, we've got our first 3-second penalty, wheels out of the tram lines, and it goes to Lucas Hartmann, who is trying to chase down Linus Henson. So the battle for the lead is on. But the biggest thing is Hartmann's got the lead from Henson. He's got the job done, but he hasn't. I know that's a bit of a double-edged sword, what I've just said just then. But from my perspective, Linus Henson is still the de facto leader. And he now can dictate what happens to Lucas Hartmann, because with the 3-second time penalty, that is going to drop the 3.09 down to 8th position, which is where Bennett Arends is currently situated. And that could make a very, very big difference to the results here for Wertungslauf 1. 8 minutes and 30 still to go. And is Hartmann going to be able to push? The thing is that Henson, will have an understanding of exactly where Luca Thiel is. Is that Henson is going to be looking out for Luca Thiel. And effectively what will happen is that Luca Thiel has a couple of difficult drop scores. So Henson can actually lose, probably I would say, Henson would lose, well, he's got a DNF, well, he's got a 0 from Kerpen, so that could be used, or the 13 points score that he had after the intermediate classification at Mulsen. Mats Johan Overhoff has unfortunately ended up retiring the kart on lap 7. Adrian Dobric still running. Well, hang on a second. No, they're still running. Funny when timing does a strange thing to you. It thinks it's going somewhere. Luca Thiel now up into the top 15. 15th place, just over a tenth and a half behind Finley Hamprecht. As Bennett Arends and Giuseppe Fico battling away over position. This is for 7th on the road. And Giuseppe Fico having that Italian tricolore on the top part of his crash helmet. Halfway through the race, 7 minutes done, 7 to go. And Lucas Hartmann is not pulling away as much as I thought he would in comparison with these, with what we have. So Lucas Thompson, unfortunately, is out of the race. Still, it's a shame for the 312, who will have to start from the back part of the grid come the end of this race. As a little bit of a mistake there. That was uncharacteristic of Luca Costa. Went through the hairpin, kart drifted out, and Giuseppe Fico has just gotten through to take that position, and now trying to chase after Bennett Arends. There's the two leaders. Gap between first and second now is 0.645. The way that Hartmann is actually pushing, is going 46.2s at the moment, has done so for the last couple of laps. There's Morris Schmeis with Maddox Fiertz. So they've changed position. I think that is Maddox Fiertz, is it? No, that's Finn Stiak. So Maddox Fiertz has gotten up away from these two who are battling away for position. Max Busch is catching them. There's Bennett Arends. There's Giuseppe Fico. Looks like Mats-Johan Overhoff has officially retired as of lap 7. On to lap number 12. As very, very nip and tuck. Trying to force open the door was Finch Diak. And Maurice Schmeis was having absolutely none of it. There was a little bit of rubbing between wheel and side pod there. So effectively from that perspective, Mannix Fierce is trying to do everything and just trying to open the door. Now they're side by side. This gives Max Busch the opportunity, and Finch Diak has just lost a position. Just goes to show you that the chess game doesn't always work in your favour. Doesn't always work in your favour at all. And with the fact that Schmeis has been doing a very, very good defensive job, we're into the last 4 minutes of this race, plus an additional lap. And after this, we will be going to the lunch break. And there is a move from Max Busch up the inside of Morris. No, that was Finch Diak. So Finch Diak has made the move through into the final corner. Hartmann leads 1.47 seconds ahead of Linus Henson, and now is more than likely going to be P3 at the end of this all, because Max Busch, Maurice Schmeis and Finch Diak will be battling tooth and nail. And looks like Max Busch has so Finch Diak has now gotten through on Maurice Schmeis. Bennett Arends in 7th, Giuseppe Fico, Luca Costa and Filip Keskic round out the top 10 with 3.5 minutes to go, but there is still plenty of racing action to come this afternoon. We will have a total of 8 exciting races in prospect. We still have the 2 races that have been rescheduled from the opening round at Wackersdorf back on the 26th of June earlier on this year. And there is an opportunity for a chance of a change of position, because now Maurice Schmeis is behind both Busch and Stiak and has got Bennett Arends right up his back bumper. So this could be a big, big telling point on what could transpire in the dying moments of this race. And Lucas Hartmann, the way he's been driving the wheels off of the 309 Cosmic chassis, he's got himself 1.6 seconds up the road from Linus Henson. Can he make it 3 by the end of the race, or over 3 seconds? If he does that, he takes the victory. We saw yesterday he took a 5-second time penalty for a jump start. Gap now 2 seconds. Maybe Lucas Hartmann knows what he's got to do. He'll have been indicated that he's got a 3-second time penalty, and he'll react accordingly. And Henson is just getting the cart to the checkered flag. The main important point for him is to make sure there is enough distance between him and Lucas, who in the meantime has been making steady progress up the order to 11th place. And that is where I think the 399's race will end, and that could possibly be the deciding factor in his championship challenge, coming unstuck at the final hurdle. 90 seconds on the clock remain, and Lucas Hartmann now has 2.356 seconds. He's probably got 3 laps to extend that to 3. If he can do that and extend it to over 3 seconds, he'll have done the job and will have gotten a victory. Now, he's taken a victory earlier on. He took one back at Kerpen earlier on this season when Linus Henson and Luca Thiel battling for the lead clashed at Kerpen. So we have got an idea, an inkling that he has got a chance of doing it. There's Luca Costa up the inside of Maurice Schmeis, who has unceremoniously dropped out of the top 7 positions. Now you make that top 8. Gap now is 2.432, and Lucas Hartmann is over 3 seconds ahead of Maddox Wirtz. So that means that Hartmann has to just get the best part of over 5.5 tenths of a second in the next 2 to 3 laps. We're on lap number 17 of this race. Well, we're on lap number 18 of this race, and with 21 seconds on the clock remaining, if Hartmann is about 2.7 seconds ahead of Linus Henson, he just needs to find a couple of tenths a lap to get that gap up to 3 seconds come the checkered flag. The timer is about to hit 0, and the gap is now 2.628 seconds. This and another lap to go. Can Lukas Hartmann bring that gap to over 3 seconds? As Micromax is trying to close in on Linus Henson. Morris Schmeiss now coming under fire from Filip Keskic from Kart Performance Racing in the 363. So the timer expired nearly 30 seconds ago. Bush and Finchdiak still battling away over 4th position. Very shortly, what's the gap between the two leaders? That's what I'm very interested about. I've got a defined interest in, as you've heard over the last couple of minutes. Okay, lead now is 3 seconds. Final lap board is out. Lukas Hartmann put in a 46.098. That was over 2.5 tenths of a second quicker than Linus Henson. Filip Keskic has gotten past Morris Schmeiss in the meantime, and here is Luca Thiel. So Luca Thiel is gunning for the top 10. He might get the job done in the final lap, because there might be a signal from the JJ Racing camp saying, Morris, get out of the way. He's gunning for a title. That could very well make the difference. But Lukas Hartmann will very shortly cross the line to take the checkered. And there he is. He's crossed the line. What's the gap between him and Linus Henson? It is enough. He's taken the victory despite a 3-second time penalty post-race for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. Linus Henson ends up 3.475 seconds adrift in 2nd position and has one hand on retaining his crown here in 2021. Micromax in 3rd ahead of Max Busch, Finchdiak, Bennett Arens, Giuseppe Fico, Luca Costa, Filip Keskic, Luca Thiel rounding out the top 10 at the end and got the job done on Morris Schmeiss. Morris Schmeiss finishes 11th ahead of Kian Agasade, Darius Nitu, Luisa Kehler, and Lee Hamfrecht rounding out the top 15. Lasse Reinhardt completes the top 16 ahead of Leander Luke Schneider, Adrian Dobrich, and Vivian Michelle Wright, who completes the 19 drivers that finished all 20 laps of racing, the best part of 21 kilometres, with Mats Johan Overhoff retiring on lap 7 and Lucas Thompson retiring on the very first lap of the race. Right then, that is it for the morning's action. We will be back at 13:15 local time, so we're officially on the lunch break, and they'll be told in the paddock that it is complete engine silence until 1:15 this afternoon. DD2 kicks off the action at 1:15 with their penultimate race of the 2021 season, Rotax Max Challenge Germany. I'll be back just before 1:15 this afternoon to give you all the action, play-by-play, as it happens, as we curtail the season in style here at the Vogelsbergring in Wittgenborn. We'll see you after the lunch. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon coverage of Championship Day here at Vogelsberring, here at Motorsport Club Wittgenborn, for what has been an interesting final day of the 101 days that we've had of this season. Starting back on the 25th of June, we were at the Pro Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf. Then, the second weekend of July, we headed to Motorsport Arena E in Mülsen in eastern Germany, not too far outside of Zwickau. And then Kerpen was the penultimate stop on our calendar, with Wittgenborn once again hosting the season finale. We have another few more races to go, and it's going to be a sad end to what has been a brilliant championship this year. New format, the 20th anniversary with 155 drivers running in 6 different classes. And it all comes down to this. Who wants it the most? Who's willing to put it all on the line? Because if you can't get the title, what you want to do is you want to get yourself a championship podium at the end of it all. So, your guess is as good as mine. But as you can see, everyone trying to do their level best. Kai Rielitz is watching at the moment. Yeah, well, that's the thing. When you strike up a conversation, the thing is, as long as when we get going racing, everything will be back to normal, and that will be in about 2.5 minutes' time. And don't laugh in the microphone. What am I meant to have not meant to have a personality? Oh, dearie me. You know what? Thing is, there are those that can race, and there are those that can talk about it, and I'm definitely one of the latter. You wouldn't see my backside in a kart at all. At all. The reason for that is, I definitely am not of the... I think the seat would have to be a little bit wider for me. And that's being completely honest and truthful with you people at home. But we still have 2 more races for DD2. We do have the rescheduled races for DD2 and DD2 Masters following on the incident that happened back in Wackersdorf. But the main thing is that every single race that has been planned this season will be seen right through to the very end. Current air temperature is around about 17 degrees Celsius. I've seen a very... You know what, Kaiju, let's get back to your homework. Do the homework later. Do the homework later, just watch it. You know, I know what you're like. Spamming Instagram stories. Kai Rielitz really doesn't need any introduction for those in the Rotax racing family. Won the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans this year. 2-time Rotax Euro Trophy champion. I think he's also secured the BMC as well. BMC title, previous round at Genk. But we are seconds away from getting things going here for the penultimate race for DD2. So, local time, 1:15 in the afternoon as we get underway with the penultimate race of the 2021 season for DD2. Here's your starting grid. On pole position, it is Micromax in the 464 with Fabian Bock in the 481 alongside. Row 2, it's Hannes Border in the 468 and Mark Bartels in the 488 alongside. Yannick Jacobs in the 401 will be joined on row 3 by in the 439. Florian Breit in the 433 starts on the inside of row 4 and has the 409 of Tim Stender alongside. Dennis Thiem in the number 454 and Jana Stier in the 444 round out the top 10. Row 6, it's Tristan Gebhardt and Dion Arndt in the 405 and the 442 respectively. Dennis Schallau, Alex Fielenbach, Marcel Steinert and Robert Schorpien. Now, Robert Schorpien, that is an interesting development, because what did happen, just going to have a look here. So it was a disqualification through technical for Robert Schorpien, so he starts right from the back of the grid, so that effectively gave Micromax the race victory from earlier on today. So this could be the defining moment for Micromax. Fabian Bock is alongside, so effectively Bock, that's quite an interesting one, isn't it? So 50 points secured by Micromax, 40 points today secured by, well, 40 points this weekend secured by Fabian Bock. I don't think, is that going to be a clean start? Well, I'm just waiting for the timer to reset, because I think that was, yeah, that to me, I think was a full start. Yellow flags are out on the circuit. So that to me says full starts called by race control. Timer has been reset. And commonly in Rotax racing circles, if we go to get 2 full starts, what will happen get a red flag. So 14 minutes reset on the clock. So Micromax and Fabian Bock will control pace here at Wittgenborn. .14 minutes on the clock, plus 1 additional lap. We are ready to get the afternoon's action underway here at Wittgenborn. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we off and away? Looks like that might be the case. Well, I'm not too sure, because I think that could have been a bit of a difficult start there. But however, it looks like they've let them go. See what the there's no sort of rainfall forecasted until about 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock this afternoon local time, but at the moment Micromax is leading the way. Whether that has changed or not is anyone's guess, mine included. About to cross the line to complete the very first lap of this race, with 13 minutes on the clock to go. So Micromax has now got what is effectively a nigh on 2-second gap between himself and Fabian Bock, who is leading the way. So we have had 16 drivers start this race. It's getting a bit treacherous out there. I'm just wondering Looks like there might be a slight damp shower because we're running in the 57s. Well, that's what Micromax is running in. So that says to me so I would imagine, just judging by that pace, well, the pace looks to be accelerating, but drivers are losing a little bit of traction, going a little bit sideways through the first corner. Laurent Seyfried being one of them, who's currently sitting behind Dennis Thiem in fourth and Hannes Border in third place. So still very much a bone of contention as to whether these drivers are at, well, if they're at full racing speed based on the conditions. That's what it looks like to me, because some of the drivers are running, well, the pace is now increasing, which is a good thing. I think the tyres are coming up to temperature, and we're about close to being 3 minutes into this race. But Robert Chopin has been making his way through the field, and he is closing in on, of all people, Florian Breidenbach. So that has helped Chopin's run. Now, he would have had a victory had it not been for a technical, scrutineering check, which saw him being disqualified. And it is changing all the time. Hannes Border staying now ahead of Dennis Thiem. Here comes Laurent Seyfried, side by side. The pair nearly clash wheels. Dennis Thiem stays in front. There's Mark Bartels, and here comes Yannick Jacobs. Jacobs, 2 wheels on the grass, going through the final. Left-hander gets through on Bartels. That was a very, very cheeky move there, as Dennis Thiem still ahead of Laurent Seyfried. Seyfried manages to get through, going through turn 4. Gets a good run there. Looks like Yannick Jacobs might be trying to get through on Dennis Thiem as well. A little bit further back, we've got the likes of Tim Stender, Alex Fielenbach, Leon Arndt, Janusz Stier down in 13th position. And this battle that is raging on in front of us is Florian Breitenbach past Mark Bartels with Robert Chopin, who was quickly closing in on them. They've got Yannick Jacobs in 6th, Laurent Seyfried in 5th. Micromax is leading by a considerable margin. Fabian Box just put in the fastest lap of the race of 52.099. That is nearly a second quicker than Micromax. Micromax has got just over 9 minutes plus an additional lap. This is effectively the final designated race for this race meeting, but then we've got the one for Wackersdorf still to go. But Micromax is doing exactly what he needs to do. Stay out in front, keep leading. This is a great battle here between Hannes Border, Laurent Seyfried and Yannick Jacobs. This is for P3 on the road. And at the minute, the way things stand, Yannick Jacobs is showing a good turn of pace. He did a he's done exactly the same thing, just nipping a little bit of the grass, going through the final corner. The thing is that he managed to, he wasn't incurring. It's like literally like a graze, so to speak. That's why it's keeping him in proximity. Marcel Steinert has now made his way up to 13th past Janusz Stier. Denis Chalot was now behind Tristan Gebhardt. Robert Chopin past Mark Bartels in the meantime. And now the 477 on the Mach 1 chassis now up into what is P7 on the road. So we're fast approaching the halfway point of this race, and it looks to be, in principle, some people might think it's a foregone conclusion. Well, I don't think that yet, because anything can happen. We have halfway down, we've got halfway to go. 7 minutes on the clock in this race remaining. So the drivers now, it looks like the track's come back to them a little bit, because Micromax has just gone and put in a 49.655. Hannes Border in third place is now fastest of anybody, and has just put in a 49.404 second lap time. Yannick Jacobs rounds out the top four. Everyone has improved and put in a personal best lap time after 8 completed laps, just over 8 kilometers of racing. The best part of 8.2 kilometers so far have been completed. And we did see in the first race earlier on that the DD2 drivers were the ones that got put like a rock under a hard place. Well, it begged the question as to how changeable with the weather conditions going to be today. And it has been variable. We've had some very, very good racing in the dry, but we have had racing where it's been mixed conditions, intermixed conditions, where we've had a nice amount of a dry spell, and then all of a sudden the sprinklers get turned on from the heavens above, and then all of a sudden it causes chaos, because the minute that rainwater hits a hot Mojo tyre, Chemistry 101 dictates that the tyre will lose temperature. Thereby, it also loses tyre pressure, which can also be very conducive to the way that the kart handles, the lateral sideways movement in the sidewalls, and also the pure pace that the driver has in combination with their setup. But meanwhile, Yannick Jacobs is trying to close in on Hannes Border for what is P3 on the road. This juncture, Yannick Jacobs not able to find a way past, but I'm sure that when push comes to shove, it'll be a case of not if, it's when Yannick Jacobs pulls the trigger. And that could be very, very soon indeed. So 4.5 minutes to go. Still even Steven, stalemate, still very much front and centre for the drivers that we have on the field today. This battle between Hannes Border and Yannick Jacobs could have a third piece of the puzzle, courtesy of Laurens Seyfried, and Seyfried is just there, just in the camera shot. And is able to close on in. Dennis Thiem, his race has come to an abrupt end. The 4:54 out of proceedings. Leon Arndt has dropped to 12th. Behind Tim Stender, who now completes the top 10. Florian Breitenbach, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of anybody, 47.291 seconds. From the Needs Racing driver, the 4:33. And Fabian Bock is coming under pressure now. The gap looks a little bit closer than just under 9/10 of a second between Hannes Border and Fabian Bock, as there goes Yannick Jacobs up the inside. Through the last right-hander on the circuit here at Wittgenborn. That was a great little move there from Yannick Jacobs. Up into P3 goes the 401 from Kraft Motorsport. And Florian Breitenbach has closed, well, he's taken the best part of over 7.5 tenths of a second. He's just taken out of Laurens Seyfried on that particular last lap. So Florian Breitenbach looks to in his side odds try and close on in to the 4:39 from FM Racing. into the last couple of minutes or so of this race. And Seyfried up the inside of Hannes Border to now take what is fourth on the road. Florian Breitenbach might have an opportunity to get past his teammates at Nice Racing. They're under the same awning, are the 468 and the 433. Just under 2 minutes to go, and it's a great little dice between these two drivers here, Yannick Jacobs and Fabian Bock. They are on the cusp. Now, the thing is that Jacobs is not in the championship hunt, but he is in the battle for third on the podium overall this weekend. And there is a switchback move that was only an inevitability. Fabian Bock now loses out. That drops him from 20 points on this race to 16. That, to me, speaks volumes. Because the way things are, it's going to be rather interesting how Yannick Jacobs is trying to close the gap to Florian Breitenbach. Now, Breitenbach is currently P6. That will net him P6. I'm just remembering here. It's 10 points. So Breitenbach 10 points. And yeah, Yannick Jacobs, that's 20. So, you know, you're looking at it from this perspective, and Hannes Border has just done the biggest gesticulation to say to Florian Breitenbach, come on, man, what are you doing? Well, Hannes Border is way off the championship side of things, and Hannes Border just steamrolls up the inside of Florian Breitenbach. The thing is that if Breitenbach saw a move, he was well entitled to go for it. So your guess is as good as mine. Breitenbach is still challenging for a championship podium. This could be the point where Yannick Jacobs has a chance and Hannes Border is staying ahead of his teammate. Now, oh, hang on a second. I'm just having a look. I'm not too sure if the bumper might be in for Florian Breitenbach. I can't really see from this position. I think that might be in. I think he might have a front fairing. Oh, and that is flat. Ah, yes, that is loose. That is a loose bumper. That could be called a front fairing penalty post-race, so that will cost him 5 seconds on the road. Final lap board is out for the penultimate time, and Micromax, just looking at it from this perspective, without any points being deducted, he's on 241. Fabian Bock I think it's enough. I think Micromax, him winning this, that secures him the title provisionally. Even when you take into consideration the drop scores, Micromax has done enough, and I'm waiting for him to cross the line. I think he's got it. I think that race, won by Micromax from Dom Motorsport, has made him provisionally the 2021 DD2 Rotax Max Challenge Germany champion, because I looked at the points and it was 100, so without any deductions or any amendments, Micromax just has to cruise to the finish line. So there are your results. Micromax takes the win by 2.17 seconds from Yannick Jacobs. Fabian Bock in P3. I think his championship run has come to an end. Lawrence Seyfried in 4th. Hannes Border in 5th ahead of Florian Breitenbach. Robert Schorpian, Mark Bartels, Tim Stender, Marcel Steiner round out the top 10 ahead of Leonard, Alex Fielenbach, Dennis Schallau, Tristan Gebhardt, Janis Stier and Dennis Thiem. But I think that victory has secured Micromax the title for 2021. So, looking at it from this aspect, Daniel Schollenberger who has had a second after the intermediate classification heats, is on course for taking a title as well. Let's have a look at the grid, shall we, for this race. It is Thomas Piet versus Daniel Schollenberger, 5.50 and 5.22 on the front row. Marco Winkler and Andreas Frenzel, 5.66 and 5.03, row number 2. Lennart Schreiber and Stefan Grabau, 5.24 and 5.55, row 3. Klaus Barnett, 5.02 and Konrad Bayer, 5.80, round out the top 8 positions, and ahead of Tommy Helfinger. Daniel Yildiz, 5.06 and 5.70 that complete the top 10 places. Andreas Neumann and Heiner Born round out the 12-strong grid that are here with us. So effectively, I'm going to say this now, I think Daniel Schollenberger is the provisional champion after what has been an exciting season so far. Thomas Piet right on the anchors on the Praga chassis. He's done a very good job this weekend, a win in Wertungslauf 1, and now we're on to Wertungslauf 2. So their penultimate race of the season. And then we have Micro, Mini, Junior and Senior for the final time this year. So into the tram lines, revs rise. Do we go green? We have done so. And round the outside, Daniel Schollenberger was like a man possessed. That was a brilliant move round the outside of Thomas Piet. And he knows that this is pretty much the race that could secure him the title, even though with Michael Becker not here, Schollenberger wants to do that in style, but Thomas Piet and Marco Winkler have other ideas, and oh, Schollenberger has dropped the ball. It was like he was trying to catch that was a bit clumsy there from Marco Winkler going into the final right-hander. He nearly T-boned Thomas Piet on that particular occasion. Now he's got Andreas Frenzel right up his back bumper. A bit too over-exuberant there from Marco Winkler on that particular occasion, and that just goes to show how difficult it is to try and wrestle with these karts. And I've got a feeling that the weather might play a part this afternoon, because the rain at the moment is not deciding to make its presence felt on the circuit. They're running in the 48.3s. Thomas Piet has now got a lead of just over 0.6 of a second ahead of Marco Winkler, with Andreas Frenzel just behind. Daniel Schollenberger rounds out the top 4 positions. Top 4 covered by a fraction over a second as we head into 12 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock remaining. Still very much lying astern of these drivers. Thomas Piet is winding up the wick on the Praga chassis. The gap between him and Winkler now has extended ever so slightly to about 0.7 of a second. Andreas Frenzel rounds out the top 3 ahead of Daniel Schollenberger, Stefan Grabau, Lennart Schreiber, Tommy Helfinger, Andreas Neumann, Klaus Barnett, and then also Konrad Bayer rounding out the top 10. Everyone apart from Andreas Neumann and Daniel Yildiz. Well, Daniel Yildiz has had a massive off. I mean, he's way back. He's about 23.9 seconds behind Heiner Born. So Yildiz had a 1 minute 11.4 second lap time. I think he had a massive drama whether he's caught a little bit of surface water on the circuit, if there is any remaining after what we saw earlier on. There are some battles he had, and there is Daniel Yildiz in the bottom of the shot. He's way, way behind. He's close to being well shy of half a lap down off of Thomas Piet. It's a battle between Andreas Frenzel, Daniel Schollenberger, and Stefan Grabau has now started to increase in terms of the intensity. And here is a move coming, well, was nearly happening there, but Stefan Grabau just launched it up the inside after Daniel Schollenberger tried to put a move on Andreas Frenzel. Schollenberger's gone on the defensive. Tommy Helfinger's right there in person and waiting to strike. And on this particular occasion, yep, Grabau managed to get the advantage, well, nearly get the advantage on Schollenberger, but drops the ball. That allows, oh, that's a great move. Tommy Helfinger just did a banzai attempt up the inside of Stefan Grabau, going through what was effectively turn 3. And it looked rather easy because Stefan Grabau ran a little bit wide coming out of the corner. Not bad at all. Nicely timed, Tommy Helfinger, right on cue. So 8 minutes and 30 seconds still to go in the race, and Thomas Piet is leading, but Marco Winkler is leading a train that is trying to close in on him. But Winkler, last time around, has just lost the best part of over a second to Thomas Piet, who's just put in a 46.452 second lap time. That just goes to show how difficult it can be when you have you have an opportunity to try and get yourself up there. It doesn't quite happen. So 7 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock to go. It is anyone's guess as to who is going to be able to try and close in. I don't think anyone's going to have a chance of getting in to close on Thomas Piet for the lead of this race, which will eventually become the victory itself. So we're getting closer and closer to the halfway point of the race itself. 4 drivers have put in their personal best. Tommy Helfinger, 46.610. Stefan Grabau, 46.703, Lennart Schreiber, 46.907, and Daniel Yildiz now hits the 47.4s, 47.476 second lap time. We've now hit the halfway point of the race, 7 minutes down, 7 to go. But Andreas Frenzel is keeping pace with Marco Winkler. And Schollenberger still in 4th. Helfinger is with them. So this battle for what is going to effectively decide second position on the road. Could be crucial for some drivers. For others, it might be a bit of a tall order, but as they say, never say never. It can happen where one driver will have an opportunity to get that move done, and there is a driver that's made a move, and that is Tommy Helfinger has now gotten himself up into 4th place in the penultimate it's the penultimate race of their season. He's done an admirable job despite the technical difficulties he suffered in qualifying. And now we've got this plus one more race to go after this one. Your guess is as good as mine. Who is going to come out on top? Well, Thomas Peart looks to be running away with the weekend victory at the moment, the way things stand. In terms of the championship, this is going to be very, very crucial indeed. So whatever happens next, your guess is as good as mine. Helfinger is hell-bent on getting past Marco Winkler. That could happen at a moment's notice, and it just has, and that's opened things up for Andreas Frenzel. Helfinger has gotten through, taken second, and now we've got a bit more of a battle. Stefan Grabau has just had a Danny Rick move sent up the inside of him, courtesy of Lennart Schreiber on the MS kart. RTM Racing Team Markgraf. So has now managed to get up a position. That's up to P6. Winkler's dropped from 2nd to 4th at the drop of a hat, courtesy of Tommy Helfinger's brilliant move up the inside through the hairpin. Got the job done rather neat and tidy, and opened the floodgates and opened the door for Andreas Frenzel. So 2 Sodi karts in the top 3, make that 3 with Daniel Schollenberger in the top 5. But it's Thomas Peart who still leads the way. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race after lap 12. That is craziness. Crazy pace from Thomas Peart in the 5.50. He's on to lap number 14 as we've got 3¼ minutes to go. And there's been a drama. Who on earth is that? Do not tell me that was Tommy Helfinger. Hang on, was that Daniel Schollenberger? Was that was? I think that was Daniel Schollenberger, who just had a massive drama. That was down the start-finish straight. Oh my goodness. Was there an issue for Schollenberger? But Schollenberger doesn't need to panic, because I think he's possibly got the title wrapped up. In all honesty, he'll be able to celebrate once the final race has been completed. And that's our last race of the season and also of this race weekend. 3 minutes to go in Wertungslauf 2 for DD2 Masters. Some good battling between Lennart Schreiber and Stefan Grabau in the 5.24 and the 5.55 respectively. They're making their way through the middle part of the circuit itself. Got just over 2¼ minutes to go, and the drivers are still very much pushing forward. Marco Winkler trying to close in on Andreas Frenzel, and Tommy Helfinger has got the gap down to about 2.6 seconds between himself and Thomas Peart for the race lead. We have just under 2 minutes to go, and what's more, there is still going to be an opportunity for these drivers to carry on. So 1 minute and 19 seconds on the clock remains. Winkler within half a second. He's within striking distance of Andreas Frenzel. A little bit further back, Daniel Schollenberger battling away with Andreas Neumann. I would have thought that Schollenberger would have maybe decided I wasn't going to make a mistake today. Well, he did, and it put him down in 8th. However, all the drivers are still circulating. Into the last 42 seconds we go. And Thomas Piet is still leading by 2.315 seconds. Andreas Frenzel in third, ahead of Marco Winkler. Stefan Grabau and Andreas Neumann round out the top 6 positions, because what's happened is Lennart Schreiber has dropped all the way down to 9th position at the minute. And that's ahead of Konrad Bayer. So the timer is about to expire here in this race. And Thomas Piet will very shortly be crossing the line and taking the final lap board. That's the sign he needed. Helfinger in second, being chased down by Frenzel, who's got Winkler right behind him. Stefan Grabau rounds out the top 5 positions ahead of Andreas Neumann in the 5, 6, 7. Daniel Schollenberger in 7th position ahead of Klaus Parnet, Konrad Bayer. Oh no, sorry, Lennart Schreiber and Konrad Bayer. Konrad Bayer rounds out the top 10. Heiner Born is still running in 11th position, and I would imagine that Tanju Yildiz is also running at that running around this circuit. The final lap board is out. It's a mere formality. Thomas Piet takes the victory once again. He's on the verge of a clean sweep this weekend here at Wittgenborn, but I think that has really much decided it, because Tommy Helfinger in second, Andreas Frenzel, Marco Winkler, Lennart Schreiber rounds out the top 5 ahead of Stefan Grabau, Andreas Neumann. Daniel Schollenberger finishes in 8th, and I think he has pretty much secured the title anyway, with no Michael Becker here this weekend. Klaus Parnet in 9th ahead of Konrad Bayer, Heiner Born. And hopefully we just have one more driver to come, the 5-7-0 of Germany's Tanju Yildiz, and then that will be that for DD2 Masters. So DD2 and DD2 Masters still have one more race to go this weekend to conclude their 2021 season. And there is Yildiz on cue, and that is it. So Thomas Piet takes the win in DD2 Masters in the final scheduled race of this meeting here at Wittgenborn, with one more race to go for both DD2 and DD2 Masters to curtail the action here this weekend and for the season. Time to get down to business here at Wittgenborn for the last few moments this race weekend, also of racing season. Has been an interesting one so far. Green flag waves for Micromax, the final race of the 2021 season. Here's your starting grid. It's been a nigh on perfect weekend for Nicolas Casarino in the number 12. Noah Janssen, who came into this round as the championship leader, starts alongside him on the front row. Carlos Nees in third, Arjen Kreling in fourth, Len Abbas in fifth, Tim Steiger in sixth, ahead of Christos Malakos. Gabriel Hoffmann, who had a bit of a disaster and a title blow, dealt with him rather unsavourily come the first race of today, Wertungslauf 1. He starts 8th ahead of Lennox Litzinger, who did not make it to the end of the previous race itself. So hopefully very shortly we will be going into racing. So making their way through into the final couple of corners. So Casarino and Janssen, Nees and Kreling, Abbas, Steiger, Malakos, Hoffmann, Litzinger. That is your grid. Through into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we racing? Timer has counted down already, and initially trying to get an eyeball on the start. And Casarino has managed to get away into the distance. Carlos Nees, I think, is in second position. Along with them is Arjen Kreling. Right, the battle for the title really heats up right now, because this is where things change, and they could change considerably, because Kreling is trying to get past Carlos Nees. Carlos Nees wants to race, just pure and simple, gets back past Arjen Kreling. That puts him between Arjen Kreling and Nicolas Casarino. 8 minutes and 12 seconds remain on the clock in this race. The final race of the season, as Gabriel Hoffmann, I think, has just gotten past Christos Malakos in the meantime, coming out of the final corner. Gabriel Hoffmann has got past Noah Janssen. Has Janssen got an issue? That is my biggest question right about now. Christos Malakos has Gabriel Hoffmann. Well, Gabriel Hoffmann's up to P6. Noah Janssen's down into 7th. So this is where things have changed, and Nicolas Casarino has done exactly what he's needed to so far. This weekend, it has all come down to the final moments or so, as Arjen Kreling up the inside of Carlos Nees to retake second position, but Casarino has bolted. Casarino is gone, 1.428 seconds ahead of Arjen Kreling. And from this side, it's more a case of what is going to happen next. Who is going to go for it? Because at the end of the day, Nicolas Casarino has got an opportunity. Noah Janssen, who's now ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann, up into P6. Hoffmann's out of the title running. It is between the likes of, I think Casarino is going to be the biggest, closest competitor to Casarino. And at the moment, Casarino is doing what he needs to do. He was 1.428 seconds ahead of Arjen Kreling, as there's a little bit of a skirmish behind. Tim Steiger looks to have dropped down to the back of the field, as Casarino, 6 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock remains, as there is a brazen move. I mean, what Carlos Nees does not need to do is get into... The thing is that they might be racing, but this is hampering Arjen Kreling's opportunity at the title. Casarino, I think has got a perfect score on the cards. And Casarino nearly did that back on the 21st and the 22nd, back at Kerpen, 6 weeks ago. Casarino has come here, and he's come here to fight. And that is not what Niklas Casarino, well, that's not what Arjen Kreling wants. Noah Janssen wants to be up there or thereabouts. And the problem here for Noah Janssen is that how does he come back at the field? And Carlos Nees is the quickest one out of 53.303 and is still ahead of Arjen Kreling. Arjen Kreling is fast seeing those title aspirations slip away into the distance, because now Noah Janssen is closing in on them. Janssen needs to get himself into the top two, and if he does so, then that's going to help him out no end. And the lap times at the moment, 53.308 is the quickest lap time of anybody. That is from Carlos Nees, who is still in second. I'm sure there's probably going to be a little bit of frustration into this for Arjen Kreling. Kreling has done the job that has been asked of him all the way through the season. Just keeping an eye on the lines that these drivers are using through the hairpin. Right, showers have started again. This is the real test of anyone's mettle, as Noah Janssen does a bit of a Ken block going sideways through the last right-hander, and that is a decisive move for him. Here comes Gabriel Hoffmann. So it looks like, now I'm wondering, did anyone decide to maybe go on to a different tyre? They knew that the rain was coming. If they've done that, Lennox Lidsinger will unfortunately not be making the end of the race, having retired on lap 3. Just going to keep an eye on people's lap times. They're pretty consistent with each other. Niklas Casarino is running on the 1 minute point 6s, so the times have dropped. So I'm looking at it. Yeah, everyone has been on slick tyres. Everyone is on slicks. And the track is getting wetter and wetter. So it's not going to help the drivers much, because they've now got to work around this problem that they have, which is effectively a damp track, tyres, and there is a move on Arjen Kreling by Gabriel Hoffmann. So Hoffmann now finds himself in what is a net 4th position on the road. That could be crucial to whatever points he receives at the end of this season. So 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap, and the lines are getting wider on how quickly these drivers are moving around this circuit. And it's always dependent on how much composure you have to get yourself to the checkered, despite whatever the weather gods might throw at you. And they have thrown a bit of rain at everybody here today. We've had it in DD2. We've had it now in, well, DD2 twice, actually. So this is going to be a rather crucial point of the season for these drivers, because Carlos Nees has got Noah Janssen closing in on him at a big, big rate of knots. Could be all decisive. Very much all decisive from Noah Janssen, and Carlos Nees is still ahead. And we've just had... Right, they've stopped the race early. They have stopped the race early. They've red flagged it. The rain is coming down. That is a very, very shrewd call. So they called it early. They called it early. I didn't see that one coming, but I thought that might be the case. So that rain now has come down. So that means here are your results for the race. Niklas Casarino takes the victory by 7.161 seconds. lap times actually dropped off by the best part of over 16 seconds in the latter part of this race. Carlos Nees takes second ahead of Noah Janssen. Gabriel Hoffmann in fourth place ahead of Arjen Kreiling, Christos Malakos, Len Abbas, Tim Steiger, Lennox Leitzinger, and I think it's going to be close between Casarino and Janssen for the title. I think it might go Janssen's way, but obviously that is dependent, so that is a provisional, not assumption, but a provisional estimated guess from myself on that front. So and the brollies are up. It is official. It is raining in Wittgenborn. So that now means we have a very, very different set of circumstances. And now we have an opportunity to see how the drivers... Now, there is going to be a flurry of activity, and I see it already. And it's just off the pre-grid. There are brollies up. There are people now switching. I can see Ridiker Schulze on the back of Matthias Schulze's kart, now putting on wet weather tyres. There is a flurry of activity. They now know the rain is coming. The brollies have gone up. The caps have gone on. The rain is here. Well, did anyone want a change of circumstances here today? I definitely would. And very soon, so we'll have a slight delay whilst we wait for these karts to be prepared and then put onto the pre-grid for their final race of the season. So, including this race, we have 5 more races to conclude the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here in Wittgenborn. As you can see on the Minimax contingents, drivers now have their karts they have wet tyres now on their karts, so the circuit has evolved to the point where it is going to be very, very green indeed. In terms of how the pace will now reflect the tyres. Now, Kenyon Washington, a great bit of work from the young man who for the last 2 seasons has actually won at the final round of the championship. He's done it in Micro last year. He's done it in Minimax this year. It's been a very big learning phase for Washington. And there we go. There's the green flag at the end of the pre-grid. Let's have a look at your final Minimax grid of the season for Rotax Max Challenge Germany in 2021. After a fantastic race in adverse conditions that were really imposing themselves on the circuit, Kenyon Washington, 114, starts from pole position. He will have alongside him Alexander Klugel in the 180, then it's David Girush in the 121. The starts on P3 ahead of Matthias Schulte and 9 Bretag. Bretag actually got a 3-second time penalty for going 2 wheels out of the tram lines. So it will be determined on what happens now. Will it be a double victory for Kenyon Washington this weekend? Or somebody like Alexander Klugel, David Girush or Matthias Schulte? Schulte actually, that might cause a little bit of an upset. Schulte did take the intermediate classification after yesterday's proceedings. So 9 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. The final race of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season for Minimax. As now they start to get themselves into the rolling start formation, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Looks like we are off and racing. And Alexander Klugel has already gotten in front of Kenyon Washington. Matthias Schulte trying to go side by side. That's not going to end well. That is not going to end well if they nearly touched a little bit more than what they did. As all, there's been a little bit of sideways action, courtesy of David Girush, and Matthias Schulte was hung out to dry a little bit there. Like a pair of Levi 501s on a washing line. Gets through, does David Girush. Alexander Klugel now leads the way. Kenyon Washington is in second. Girush third. Schulte. And now there's going to be a change for second. Girush now gets past Washington going through the hairpin. And this is the first lap, but Washington responds in kind through the inside of the right-hander. He had enough room to do it because Girush ran wide and took a different line, but Kenyon Washington keeps ahead out of the final corner. Who's going to get the run? Girush could get the run. He's in the slipstream, he's in the tow, but Washington keeps the kart in front, but he runs wide through turn 1. Girush gets through. Schulte also closing in, and Girush running a little bit wide through the next one. Bit of clash of wheels between Washington and Girush has a little bit of a nibble at the back bumper of Kenyon Washington. Got to be careful with that because otherwise he could get a front fairing penalty. Through in towards the hairpin they go. And Alexander Klugel is about 9/10 of a second away. Girush gets a real good amount of traction coming out of that far end hairpin. But Kenyon Washington able to just put the kart where he needs to, just to keep Girush at bay. Schulte in fourth, 9 Bretag in fifth place. 2 minutes down, 7 to go. Klugel's lead now has been decimated to the tune of half a second as Washington just put in the fastest lap and brought along Girush to the party. And Girouche gets a bit rambunctious. Elbows out for Girouche, and he gets through on Washington very nice and cleanly right there and then. There's enough room to make it work, and Kenyon Washington was of the state of mind, had the peripheral vision to keep himself out of harm's way, because he knows that if anything happens in front, as Girouche trying to go for the lead on Klugel. Klugel noticed that the move was going to happen, stays ahead for the minute. And this looks to be the sweet overtaking spot for Kenyon Washington. He launches it up the inside of David Girouche and gets the job done. Nicely timed there by Kenyon Washington. So a great battle at all the way up and down the order. It's a little bit of a, not so much of a fait accompli for Matthias Schulter and Nine Breitag, because they could still factor into this race. Anything is possible, and it normally happens in motorsport. Just under 7/10 of a second separates first from second position, so Klugel leads. Washington in second, fending off Girouche in third. Schulter fending off Nine Breitag, who has just put in a personal best of a 59.708 second lap time. Some great racing being showcased by these young drivers, these young superstars of the future who have high goals, high ambitions. And Kenyon Washington was closing there on Alexander Klugel, and we've had a moment there. That's Matthias Schulter, who's just gone round, and he's decided to do a bit of a Nitro RX, a bit of rally crossing there in the karts. That's not what he wanted to do at the tail end of the weekend and also at the season. Alexander Klugel, Kenyon Washington and David Girouche covered by less than 4.5 of a second to what has been 4 laps of racing. We're about to hit the halfway point of the final race of their season. Girouche looking up the inside, decided to think better of it. Washington's got a good run on Klugel going through the hairpin, and this could be rather nip and tuck. Girouche to the outside of Washington. This could be rather close indeed, and Washington looks to the inside to get the lead. Back off of Alexander Klugel, but Klugel manages to get through, and Girouche gets through as well, back up into second. And it's nip and tuck, a little bit of a different line, and Washington up the inside of Girouche to retake second place. Some very good spatial awareness from these drivers, and Girouche now back up the inside through the final corner on Kenyon Washington. This is changing more times, this battle for second, than I've had hot dinners. Through into turn one once again. This is absolutely a brilliant way of ending the season. As I said earlier on this weekend and earlier on in the broadcast today, that we might have the smallest grid with Minimax, but they are putting on one hell of a show here today at Wittgenborn for their final race of the season. So Alexander Klugel still leads, but he keeps on going wide through that hairpin. He's going to allow an opportunity for David Girouche to get through, and Girouche was looking. He had a sniff, did Girouche, but did not have a chance of getting through on that particular occasion. But Girouche is trying to do what he can to get past. He's going to try and go through on the final corner. Alexander Klugel gets in front and stays in front, and what's even more impressive is how much of that kart was controlled by David Girouche sideways through the final corner. He made it work. Now the times are coming down. We're into the 58s. So David Girouche has put in the fastest lap of the race, a 58.602. The two at the front have started dropping Kenyon Washington ever so slightly behind. Whether the track is starting to dry a little bit, I'm not sure. It depends on how many brollies are up. So 2.5 minutes to go, and Girouche goes a little bit wider. Washington, very strategic in how he approached the hairpin. He used the curves there, and that could help him a little bit, but time is fast running out. As they say, time waits for no one. What that means is that anything can happen. Kenyon Washington unable to keep pace with Klugel and Girouche. Alexander Klugel came into this round looking for second in the championship. This might be the result that secures that for him, depending on the drop scores after today's activities. We're into the last minute and a half or so. So 1 minute 30 plus an additional lap. Klugel still leads. Judas trying to close on in once again. Gap was a 1/10 and a half of a second last time round after the completion of lap number 7. So 1 minute and 8 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And Jurush is waiting. It's looking rather close going through turn 1. He doesn't get the run that he wanted because Klugel shut the door. Good bit of work from Alexander Klugel to have kept in front as we head into the last 45 seconds of this race, and also 45 seconds plus an additional lap of the season, no less. Mika Trapp is pretty much assured the title. Alexander Klugel could be gunning for second in the championship because Simon Meyer decided not to attend this weekend for other commitments. But Alexander Klugel, next time around, after this lap, will get the final lap board. Whilst these two are battling tooth and nail, this could allow Kenyon Washington to close in. But if Kenyon Washington in the 114 is not too far behind, I don't think that's the case. I think he's way back, 2.6 seconds. The story has unfolded. It's hit the final chapter here in Minimax, and David Jurush looking up the inside. He's gone for the lead and he's gotten it done. But Alexander Klugel looking up the inside again through into the next right-hander. Not on this occasion, but Jurush, if he drifts wide like that, Klugel could have a shot at the hairpin. Out of the left-hander. Right through the sweeping left into the hairpin. Klugel will have one more lap after this to go for broke, go for gold for this weekend. But final lap board will be out this time. David Jurush now has a 7.9 of a second advantage over Alexander Klugel, who could close that in the dying moments of this race. Kenyon Washington in third position, 2.668 seconds off of this battle. Nein Bretag in fourth, and Matthias Schulte rounding out the 5 strong. Matthias Schulte was the winner after the ranking after heats. Kenyon Washington took the victory in Wertungslauf 1 earlier on today. But in the second race, it has been a different story altogether because we are corners away, 2 more to go. And David Jurush will cap his season off on a high out of the final corner. The 121 takes the checkered flag, and he's look at the exultation, look at the joy, the exuberance of David Jurush in the 121 taking the victory. That is how you end a season. Kenyon Washington tried as much as he could, but unfortunately would not take the victory, but would end up on the final step, well, would be the final person on the top 3. Let's have a look at the results for the final Minimax race of the season for RNC Germany 2021. David Jurush takes the victory by 1.4 seconds ahead of Alexander Klugel, who by my reckoning, my guesstimate, will be second in the championship with no Simon Mayer being present, but that's provisional. Kenyon Washington rounds out the top 3 ahead of Nein Bretag, with Matthias Schulte completing the top 5, and that concludes the Minimax action for Rotax Max Challenge Germany in 2021 here at Wittgenborn. So there you can see the junior Rotax contingent on your screens. This is their final race of the season. And following on from Wertungslauf 1 from Montego Massen. But now I have to say it's always nice to connect with parents and got a bit of information that tyre pressures were still being adjusted on the grid when the 3-minute board was out, and some drivers had to actually go onto the sin bin lane, so to speak. So hopefully we won't have any of that again today, because the mechanics have to leave the pre-grid in about 1 minute and 20 seconds time. So Montego Massen took the victory ahead of Raphael Renhofer. Austin Lee with his best season result in 3rd place. You can see him on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Then Lewis Jacobs rounds out the top 4 ahead of Maurice Volber. There's the diminutive-sized Rafael Palazza there in his Team Germany overalls from Sarno in Italy in 2019. I still remember that because I met him and his mum at that particular event. And got quite a few other drivers in there. So I think that is that's Lewis Jacobs, I think, front and centre. Maurice Volber on the right-hand side. There's a few last-minute instructions because in 20 seconds they need to clear the grid. That's according to the official timetable. If there's been a couple of delays or something like that, then I can understand it. But this time we should have a full contingent of carts on the grid. See, Richard Thomas's cart has just been put down on the floor. And he'll be starting behind Adrien Reur in the 202. So that will be on the same side as pole position. The drivers have got their race lids on, and it looks like there is a little bit of filming going on. Now the grid is being cleared. That would have been at Gregor Feigenspann's cart, the 211. And Gregor Feigenspann has got, that looks to be, right, that's Tom Müller. There's Fahrenmega just having a quick chat with him. So now hopefully we'll have a complete contingent of carts. Zeno Falca will start in 25th position. However, we'll now wait until things get fully underway for this race. It's going to be 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Quite a whole host of competitors in this one. And Fahrenmega is that close to picking up this year's title. Valentin Klus, last year's champion, racing elsewhere this weekend. Understand he got a P3. Amping, if he serves me correctly, but we now will have, so one, that looks to be, I recognise those trainers. Camilo Hossinger is walking through the middle of the grid, and there's a trolley that has been left behind with a few tyres. And just looking at the karts themselves, I've got a feeling they may have slick tyres on board, which would be rather interesting. Green flag waves for the junior Rotax contingent for the final time. So let's have a look at the starting grid. On pole position, it is Montego Masson, 282 with 232 of Rafael Renhofer alongside Austin Lee in the 223 and Lewis Jacobs on the 228. Row 2. Row 3, Moritz Volver in the 215 and Rafael Balzer in the 217. That's row 3. Row 4, Adrien Röhr in the 202 and Gregor Feigenspan in the 211. Richard Thomas in the 222 and Tom Müller in the 220 complete the top 10. After that, it is Maximilian Schreier, Leon Vacula, Hugo Göttel, Farin Mega, Janis Diak, Oli Glan, Jonas Ungnade, David Schnell, Nikita Genzer, Mikko Pedersen, Louis Detling, Jonny Mertz, Nevio Fischer, Leandro Fischer, and Zino Falke. Looks like Jonny Mertz is a driver that did not start the previous race. Might not start this one either. Have a very different running order at the sharper end of the grid, which will be, for my money, rather interesting. I'm sure it will be for you people at home. So after this, we'll have 3 more races to go. Montego Masson just needs to put the brakes on. It's gone a bit too quickly as Montego Masson. He's got to wait now for the rest of the field, because that, right, okay, straight away, I have a feeling this is going to be a full start. So Renhofer alongside, yeah, that's going to be a full start straight away. No qualms about it. Full start called. That was not, yeah, that was not cricket. Montego Masson, go down and wait for the field. You can't go that quickly and expect everyone to try and keep pace. There's going to be a strategy here, a big time strategy, and that just goes to show that with going from mini to junior, you have to have a completely different mindset. Like with a driver that I know of who was racing in seniors and thought he could race like a junior, found out the hard way. But that's part and parcel of what you do. You learn by experience. You know, drivers like Austin Lee, who have transitioned from doing Minimax and Junior Rotax last year to go full junior this year, that sometimes can actually help. So now I'm going to have to do that again. 11 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap. So top 10, it's Marcin Renhofer, Lee, Jacobs, Volber, Balzer, Röhr, Feigenspan, Thomas and Müller. That is your top 10. That looks a little bit neater there. Well done, drivers. Let's see if we can get under starters' orders and get going for this race. Into the tram lines. Revs, rise. Are we ready? We are at full racing speed and into turn 1. And it looks like Rafael Renhofer is going to have Austin Lee up his inside. And Austin Lee has got the lead. Austin Lee has got the lead from third on the grid. And Montego Masson is dropping. Now, the problem is, what is happening? We've had a massive incident coming off of turn 1. That is one of the Kartschmied drivers. That is the 212, I believe, David Schnell. But Austin Lee leading the way. And there's been more dramas. Now, I'm wondering, is there an issue on the circuit? There is not. Oh, that is 3 karts off. 3 karts off. I'm not too sure what's going on here. But I'm wondering if the track is so... They've gone on slick tyres. Everyone... It's like an ice rink. There's Farin Mega. I cannot believe my eyes. They have gone out on slick tyres. And Austin Lee, of all people, has managed to keep the kart out there. That looks to be Montego Masson. So it has all gone horribly wrong for so many drivers. There are some drivers that are trying to do what they can. Everyone's bunching up. Hugo Göttel is now in the lead. Well, he was. No, Austin Lee, I think, is back in the lead, is ahead of Rafael Renhofer. It looks like Rafael Balzer. Now, hang on, Hugo Göttel is up the road by, what is it, 3.158 seconds? Austin Lee trying to battle away with Rafael Renhofer. So Hugo Göttel, who started Hugo Guttel started in 13th position. Has he got a wet? That is an absolutely brilliant tactic if he has done so, because everyone's like skating on ice. Skating on ice. Farin Mega down in 20th position. And that it's all getting a bit clumsy out there. This is not going to end well for certain drivers if they try to go and push the limits of adhesion through certain parts of the track and then have moments. We have not had, I mean, I cannot believe it. They probably thought, yeah, we're going to go on 6, and there has been another turnaround. There's been a couple of turnarounds. One of them could be Adrien Rohr. One of them could be possibly Lewis Jacobs, because it's all gone a bit Pete Tong, and Rafael Balza is up into 2nd position. Austin Lee drops to P5. Behind looks to be Adrien Rohr. So it could be Gregor Feigenspan or Lewis Detling gone off the... it has just caused absolute mayhem here today. I cannot believe what my eyes are actually at now. You wanted a topsy-turvy race on its head. Montego Masson now down in 21st position, as that is not good. That is not good at all. Austin Lee got forced out wide and he's off through no fault of his own. 2 went up the inside. Austin Lee was trying to get the traction and he got pushed aside and got spun around 180 degrees. And Farin Mega trying to get back onto the circuit. He's struggling with traction as well. This has gone up and down like a yo-yo. I cannot believe what I am seeing. And there are people that are just being, in these wet weather conditions, you might decide you're going to go for broke, but there are times when you've got to hold back. There are times when you've got to really watch what you're doing. If someone opens the door, you wait for that next opportunity. In this kind of race condition, it is absolutely critical to get it right. So the thing is that if people are being a bit too overzealous, I'm sure that they will be under the scrutiny of race control. I am flying a bit blind because I'm waiting for the timing to refresh at the moment, and there has been more dramas. That's one of the Kraft Motorsport karts that has gone off the circuit. Farin Mega has made his way up to 18th, or was 18th, but could be a little bit higher than that. But Nikita Genza, now this is really interesting because I have never seen a lead like this. 15.7 seconds between Hugo Guttel and Rafael Balza. Rafael Renhoff has just been passed by Nikita Genza of all people. So you can see at the bottom there, Ole Glan is in 5th. Yeah, I mean, this race has been turned upside down on its head. Detling, Stiak, Fischer, Schreier and Ungrada rounding out the top 10. This is how crazy it is now. I cannot believe this. I can't understand. You would have thought that if you were on this kind of condition, Hugo Guttel, if he's on wet tyres, has done the biggest masterstroke of everybody today with these wet weather conditions. That is a fantastic bit of racing from him, and a bit of knowledge not just from him but also that this is getting a bit feisty, this battle here, as we're going to find a few drivers making some positions up, and one of them could be Janis Stiak, who's gone very, very wide indeed. It's 4 abreast coming out of the hairpin, and that could be one of the Fischers that has just jumped up and down. Apologies, I'm flying a little bit blind with the timing. It's changing all the time. Jonas Ungrada 11th, Valke, Pedersen, Feigenspan and Rohr around at the top 15. Lewis Jacobs, Leon Vacula, Austin Lee, David Schnell and Richard Thomas complete the top 20. We have 24 drivers. Rounded out by Moritz Volber, Montego Masson. There has been an off going through turn 1. Tom Müller and Leandro Fischer. And who is the driver that's gone off at turn 1? That was what I was very interested to see. Oh, right, 2:02, Adrien Roy, and that could be Lewis Jacobs. So they've come into strife as it's 3 wide. Oh, that's not nice. You don't want to be in the pinch point there. Farin Mega has just made up a couple of places. 4 minutes and a quarter still to go in this race season. And again, I can only apologise. I'm going by what I can see on my screen here. Reference the timing. The timing might have an issue at the moment. And yep, still a few. So Farin Mega is now up into 8th position. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy what we are seeing right now before our very eyes. I cannot believe what I am seeing. I am absolutely stumped. And for a commentator to be speechless, you've got one right now, even though I am still having to keep on talking. But with regards to what's happening out on the circuit, your guess is as good as mine. Who is going to be that one that's going to take the bacon? Who's going to be the one that is going to win the race? Well, I've got some timing up and running now. So, Hugo Guttel leading the way by, get this, 6.5 seconds. Rafael Balzer, I think the track's coming back. I think the track is coming back. Drivers are making positional gains, and this includes the likes of Hugo Guttel, Rafael Balzer, Nikita Genzer, Renhofer in 4th. Jan Ishtiak, we've got 2 3/4 minutes to go. Austin Lee was down in 18th. He was outside of the top 20. He is now out in 15th position. Farin Mega's now made a position on Nevio Fischer, with Maximilian Schreier trying to get past the 2:36. And there goes Schreier up the inside of Fischer, gets the job done. 2 minutes and 24 seconds still remain in the season. Farin Mega is not that far away from clinching a title. He was runner-up last year, was with a different team last year. Now a change has seen him really become a very, very determined young man, and a very capable one. 2 minutes and 2 seconds still to go, and there's this battle here. And that has got a lot of action happening in it. There's 4 of them squabbling away. I'm wondering if that might have been Gregor Feigenspan that's managed to get through. Farin Mega's trying to get past Louis Zettling from Kraft Motorsport. And Mega looked up the inside on that particular occasion and nearly got the job done. But however, Louis Zettling has kept in front. A very neatly done job from that. Leandro Fischer, Tom Müller and Adrien Roy are out of the race. There were 3 karts that went off earlier on during these difficult conditions. There is Rafael Balzer looking for a pretty good result to end his season. Balzer hasn't placed in the top 3 all season long. He's had 26 points at Wackersdorf, 30 at Mulsen, and he also had 31 at Kerpen, so he's been consistently scoring well. And there is Nikita Genzer and Rafael Renhofer. Rafael Balzer is actually leading now leading the race with 30 seconds to go. Rafael Balzer, how's about this for a fairy tale for that young man? That would be a very, very good side of things for him, as there's a move from the 222. That was a bit sideways for Richard Thomas. But with 11 seconds on the clock remaining, oh my goodness, we could be in for a bit of a surprise. We've already had one with the weather earlier on in this race. But timer has hit 0. There's Montego Masson, who started on pole and is stone dead last. And there is Nikita Genzer, who's finally got past Rafael Renhofer. But it's Rafael Balzer who's made his way through into the final part of the circuit by over close to 7.5 seconds over Hugo Gürtel, who was leading by the best part of 25 seconds. There is Balza, I believe, coming through into the final right-hander. We do say that appearances can be deceptive, and Rafael Balza has just proved that in spades. Final lap of the season, the board goes out. We're on to lap number 14. Farin Mega is up into P6. And that could be enough to secure him the title this afternoon. And that is that's one of the other drivers. That's from the Karchme crew, probably the 228 of Lewis Jacobs. It's what could have been, but however, we wait for the race winner to come through, as there's a bit of argy-bargy between the likes of Maximilian Schreier and Nevio Fischer. And where is Rafael Balza? That's the big question. There he is. The 217 running with Butekart Racing Team out of the final corner amidst the torrid set of circumstances. Rafael Balza wins as a junior here in RMC Germany. And boy, is that boy emotional about it. His mum will be screaming the house down after that one. I guarantee you. Nikita Genza ends up taking second position ahead of Raphael Renhofer. Hugo Gürtel in fifth, and with sixth on the board, provisionally I can say that Farin Mega becomes your 2021 Junior Rotax Germany champion. In sixth position, Lewis Dettling is seventh, Nevio Fischer in eighth, ahead of Maximilian Schreier. Mikkel Pedersen, Gregor Feigenspan, Austin Lee recovers from what could have been a possible top three finish once again after dramas. Finished in 12th ahead of Jonas Ungnade, David Schnell, Zino Falke, Leon Vacula, Ole Glan, Moritz Volper, Lewis Jacobs, Richard Thomas and Montego Masson being the last of the 21 classified finishers. Adrien Hoare eliminated on lap 6. Tom Muller and Leandro Fischer out on lap number 1, with Jonny Mertz a non-finisher. Balza wins the race and Mega wins the championship. So the final hurrah for Senior Rotax about to get underway here at Wittgenborn. 21 drivers about to go into battle for the final time. Lucas Hartmann, despite having a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the corridor on the start, has a chance maybe taking a second victory. But the person needs to have a little bit of focus put upon him. Could be a 2-time champion defending his title in pragmatic style. It's been a tough tall order for Linus Hensen this season. He dominated last year amidst the sweeping global pandemic that caught us all unawares early last year. He managed to keep himself focused and took victory after victory after victory. This year it has been far from easy. Far from easy. But nevertheless, as we've just had a little bit of a recovery operation completed out on the circuit here. Green flag waves. 2 more races to go to conclude the season. Here's the grid for Senior Rotax Wertungslauf 2, or final 2. Here's your grid. Front row, 309, Lucas Hartmann, 333, Linus Hensen, one hand on the trophy, is his. Maddox Wirtz in the 341 and Max Busch in the 313 rounds out the top 2 rows. Bennett Arends, 327, Giuseppe Fico, 394, round out row 3. Luca Costa 366 and Luca Thiel 399, round out row 4, completing row 5 and thereby completing the top 10. The 310 of Morris Schmeiz and Finn Stiek in the 339. Row 6 is Philip Keskic and Finny Hamprecht in the 363 and the 323 respectively. Lasse Reinhardt and Leander Luke Schneider 302 and 345 complete row 7. Kian Agasade and Luisa Keller 362 and 331 round out row number 8. Darius Nitu in the 303, Adelin Dobric in the 335, Vivian Michelle Height in the 328, the 355, and Mats Johan Overhoff, Lucas Thompson in the 312 round out running order. Now looking at what happened, we had several penalties issued post-race Wertungslauf 1. So Lucas Hartmann got a 3-second time penalty for being out of the corridors, 2 wheels, the 303. That was Darius Nitu, 5-second time penalty for pushing, and also got a 5-second time penalty for a front spoiler, as did the 362. That was Kian Agasade, the 331, the 339, and the 363 was a causer of a collision. Looks like we've gone, revs have risen. We are underway for the final race of this season. And look at how close Linus Hensen was to closing off the door in front of Max Busch and Maddox Wirtz. Wirtz has gotten ahead of Max Busch and has stayed there or thereabouts. And the good thing is that from that, we now have a race on our hands, folks. 4th place looks to now be Bennett Arends. It was 3 abreast coming through. Morris Schmeiz has been hung out to dry and he's lost 4 positions. Morris Schmeiz was in 9th, he was up into P5 and he's like literally lost them all again. It's like the dominoes keep on falling for that driver and not in the right way that he would want. So Hartmann leads from Hensen, 0.34 of a second. Max Busch and Maddox Wirtz side by side. Oh, that was close. Max Busch gets a pip to the post and Bennett Arends and Giuseppe Fico managed to get through at the same time. That was very, very close indeed. Oh, mamma mia. That was brilliant action. Maddox Wirtz just knew to plant the cart. Max Busch just went, yeah, I'm going to go to the outside, I'm going to keep it pinned. No, you are not. That's exactly what happens when you, well, it was just a great move. And it's all change again because now Bennett Arends is at the lead of the train. So Max Busch has gotten off into the distance. Maddox Wirtz is a little bit further back. Morris Schmeiz being hung out to dry, probably by maybe Darius Nitu, I believe, as we come across the line to complete lap number 2. Hartmann still leads. There's Maurice Schmeis again. He's got Kian Agasade right up the inside of him through turn 1. So just under 2 minutes of this race completed. There's still plenty more where that came from. I can guarantee you of that much. And we have no penalties coming through from race control, whether anyone was 2 wheels outside of the corridor, whether there's been any pushing penalties. As that's getting a bit close for Maurice Schmeis, who's off the track. 2 wheels on the grass. Maurice Schmeis was dumped unceremoniously out of, what was it, 9th place. He's now down. He was up into P5 at one point, now down into what is effectively going to be the lower doldrums of the top 15 places. Lasse Reinhardt has dropped down. Maurice Schmeis has gone all the way down to 17th position. I did say it'd be outside. Could be possibly the lower doldrums of the top 15. Well, it was actually outside of the top 15. Mats Johan Overhoff has already gone past Finley Hamfrecht. Adrian Dobrich has followed Lucas Thompson and Leander Luke Schneider to complete the top 16. Darius Nito and Kian Agasade have now got past Lasse Reinhardt, who drops to 13th position in 3:02. We've got 3 minutes completed, 11 to go. And Lucas Hartmann is leading the field by a considerable margin. And the fact of it's 4/10 of a second, I did say considerable. Well, it wasn't really considerable, was it? The good thing is that Lucas Hartmann is being caught by Linus Henson. Giuseppe Fico in 3rd place is the fastest driver out on the track. Henson has got to stay ahead of Luca Thiel. That makes all the difference. And Luca Thiel at the minute is currently in 7th position. And I know for a fact that Luca Thiel will probably be thinking this title is slipping away from me right now for the 2nd year in succession. Luca Thiel has been the closest competitor to Linus Henson. And Henson has provided some great racing action, but has also provided another championship drive in 2 years on the bounce. Lucas Hartmann trying to solidify what could be maybe second, well, might be second, could very well be a 3rd place finish in the overall standings in this championship. That is what is interesting from that perspective. We've got 9 minutes and 35 seconds still to go. Bennett Arens is still battling away with Maddox Fiatz for what is 4th place on the road as they go into the hairpin. They've got Luca Costa and Luca Thiel closing in. Luca Thiel is trying to move forward. Darius Nito gets past the 363 of Philip Keskic. So heads into the top 10. Lasse Reinhardt drops to 15th, courtesy of Lucas Thompson and Adrian Dobrich. 9 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this race. Henson is in prime position. Bennett Arens is finding he's got the heat underneath the collar. As they say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. This is where it can be the biggest bone of contention. Will it be the point that Luca Thiel will make the moves stick that he needs to do as Maddox Fiatz tries to go up the inside, but then all of a sudden the floodgates open after that manoeuvre. So he's been passed by Luca Costa, and more importantly, there is Luca Thiel. Luca Thiel 6th on the road at the moment, 2nd in the championship coming into this final round of the season. Bennett Arens is holding off everyone behind at the moment. It's the Bennett Arens train at the minute, and that is what it's going to remain, because now it is a 6-cart train, because I see behind him Luca Costa, Luca Thiel, Maddox Fiatz, got Max Busch, and you've got Finn Stiak has joined the end of said train. Oh, and I think I saw Darius Nito not too far behind either. So there is a lot still to play for. There goes Luca Thiel up the inside of Luca Costa. And Luca Costa nearly gets swamped by those behind, because the minute that someone puts a move on you, you are at the mercy of the drivers behind, and that's when it can be rather important. And there's Maddox Fiatz now getting past Luca Costa. Luca Costa wanting to get that position back through turns 1 and the number 2 chicane. not able to do it. So Luca Costa drops down to what is now 7th position. Luca Thiel is in 5th, and just looking at where he is in comparison with Linus Hensen. Linus Hensen is 5 seconds up the road, make that 5.1 seconds up the road. But the minute he gets past Bennett Arends, I think that Luca Thiel might be able to get past and go for the race lead. Well, go for a victory of some description. And that now means that he could be a little bit of a thorn in the side of Linus Hensen. And whether Hensen likes to admit it or not, he's had a very, very tough season ahead. He'll be very, very happy. He'll have a big sigh of relief and have a good chat with his dad Dirk, who's there with him as well. And that's brazen and brave from Luca Thiel, who's trying the switchback. That was close. If it was a bit further along the side, Luca Thiel would get the move done, but Bennett Arends actually was quite composed in how he dealt with that situation. Not long now to see what happens in the next 5.5 minutes. Linus Hensen is 1.727 seconds behind driver in front, which is Lukas Hartmann. No penalty. Oh no! Luca Thiel has just thrown that one away. Completely. I'm not too sure. I'm going to have a look because I've got a feed at the moment running a little bit behind. But it was not great, and that has given Luca Thiel the salt. If it wasn't pushed and shoved and rubbed around the wounds, it has been done now. He went for a move up the inside of Bennett Arends, going in through to the penultimate right-hander, and Bennett Arends got a turnaround. Luca Thiel has now dropped to 9th. Bennett Arends, who was up into 4th place for a significant period of time, has just had that 4th place taken away from him. Really, I mean, I'm sure that will be investigated by race control. I think just the way it could have been a bit too close for comfort. Yes, rubbing's racing, but karting is meant to be a non-contact sport, and we see incidents like that where drivers think that the move is on. If you don't go in for it 110%, you end up causing an issue, and not just for yourself, but also for the driver that you've just tried to overtake. 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in the season for Senior Rotax. A lovely little battle between Max Busch and Finch Diak. Luca Thiel has got past Darius Nitu, but I'm wondering whether that impact with Bennett Arends has caused a problem for the front fairing of Luca Thiel, because if that happens, that is an automatic 5-second post-race penalty, and that is not what he will have wanted at all. So just under 3.5 minutes to go. Hartmann has a lead of 2.784 seconds ahead of Linus Hensen. And this is where I think the ultimate prize is now in the hands of one driver. That driver is in 2nd position. Up until this point, it has been nip and tuck as to whether Linus Hensen or Luca Thiel would take the 2021 title. Hensen knows that he's done exactly what he's needed to do. He hasn't had to. He's been waiting for Luca Thiel to bring the fight to him, and Luca Thiel hasn't brought it. And that's an unfortunate thing. A denied championship title assault for the 2nd year at the final round in succession. It is only the fact that time is ticking. It waits for no one, but it's ticking in favour of Linus Hensen. Luca Thiel has put in the fastest lap of the race in the meantime on lap 14. 46.454 second lap time. But still, nevertheless, Vinstiak and Luca Costa battling away over what is a genuine 5th place position they've got. The likes of Luca Thiel and Darius Nito, I would think, probably closing in on them at a rate of knots if they're not careful. And Luca Thiel is right on the back bumper of Max Busch. Vinstiak up the inside. Luca Costa goes a bit wide coming out of the hairpin, and that allows both Vinstiak and Max Busch to get through. Here comes Luca Thiel. Luca Thiel now up into 7th, but with that incident with Bennett Arens, that has cost him dearly. That has cost him the title. That has cost him an opportunity to go to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain later on this December. And that just goes to show you how difficult it all can be. It never is easy. Motorsport has its fair shares of trials and tribulations, and here in karting, it is no different. It is a pure racing sport. It is a sport that I love. I relate to in many respects because I understand the paddock, I understand the people behind the scenes. I'm part of this infrastructure. It's a privilege to be a commentator on a championship such as this, as Luca Thiel now really putting the kibosh onto Max Busch for 6th position. But the time is fast expiring. 10 seconds remain, and we are moments away from coming through, and that is it. The timer has hit 0. It is done and dusted for another season, because next time around we will have a final lap board being shown. And there it is, the final lap board is out for Lucas Hartmann. Linus Hensen has got the sign he's been waiting for all season. The final lap of this championship. And it has come down to the wire for Linus Hensen. He has been waiting since late June of this year, once he got his title defence underway. It has been now it is effectively a fait accompli, because Lucas Hartmann crosses the line to take a victory, but Linus Hensen, for the 2nd year provisionally speaking, takes the senior Rotax crown. A title defence in 2 difficult years this season. And Luca Thiel, it has been confirmed that he gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing, and that drops him from what will be 6th on the road, and that drops him outside of the top 10. That drops him to 13th position. So that just goes to show how much things can change. The adjustment has happened. It's 12th place. That's it. Hartmann wins the race by 4.919 seconds, ahead of Giuseppe Fico. Maddox ahead of Linus Hensen, our 2021 champion. Giuseppe Fico takes 3rd place. What a race. Hartmann wins it. Hensen, provisional champion. So we now get to the final 2 races of the season, and what that means is that we have the 2 races that were rescheduled. Here is the grid for what will be our final DD2 race of the season, and it will be as follows. Marcel Steiner will start on pole position ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Micromax in 3rd ahead of Fabian Bach. Robert Schopian and Marc Bartels round out the top 6 positions. Laurent Seyfried in 7th, Hannes Border in 8th, Leon Arndt in 9th ahead of Florian Breitenbach, who completes the top 10. Janis Stier, Dennis Thiem, Denis Chalot and Tim Stender will round out the 14 drivers. Complete this running order. So 2 more races in its entirety to go, and then that is it. So after this race, we'll have 1 more to go, and then that is it. 2021, the Rotax Max Challenge Germany 20th anniversary season will be at its end. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? 14 minutes. We are go. And a good start already by Marcel Steiner to keep the lead. Micromax already up the inside of Yannick Jacobs, and there's Robert Schopian to boot. Fabian Bach rounds out the top 5 ahead of Laurent Seyfried. But now Micromax up into the front of the field, and Robert Schopian trying to get up the inside of Marcel Steiner, the comp kart driver, unable to keep Micromax at bay. Micromax has been like a Trojan horse this season, and he hasn't really stopped. So Janis Stier, I think, well, Janis Stier is showing up twice, but it looks like Janis Stier is a non-starter. Robert Schopian up the inside of Marcel Steiner through the last right-hander to take 2nd position. Here comes, that is, oh my goodness me. Who on earth was that? That was Yannick Jacobs. That was a great move by Yannick Jacobs up to P3. So now the chase begins, and Yannick Jacobs leading the train at this moment in time. Now someone's lost the front bumper. That was a massive incident right there. I've got a feeling that is going to be, maybe that is one of the Nice racing drivers that have just lost their front bumper, so that'll be an instant mechanical. That could have been, I think, Hannes Border. So there was a bit of an altercation. I'm just going to have a quick look back at what happened. And yeah, there was a touch, and that was on Laurent Seyfried, I think, probably by Leon Arndt, and then all of a sudden Florian Breitenbach wasn't able to, well, I think one of the drivers wasn't able to avoid. That was Hannes Border, so one will be pulling into the pit lane. No, that was Marc Bartels, actually. Marc Bartels has dropped all the way down to that, well, Marc Bartels has dropped all the way down to the back of the order. So that now means things have changed once again, but apart from the person who's on the verge of just literally sewing up the title, like he's got no care in the world. Micromax leading the way. Robert Schopian in 2nd. 3rd is Yannick Jacobs. Fabian Bach in 4th. Laurent Seyfried in 5th. Florian Breitenbach rounds out the top 6 ahead of Leon Arndt. Dennis Thiem in 8th ahead of Tim Stender. Denis Chalot and Hannes Border round out the top 11. Marcel Steiner was the one that actually got pushed aside. So Marcel Steiner, who started from pole, has been unceremoniously exited stage right, coming through the hairpin. Not what he needed at this moment. And I definitely think that he would have probably have realised that he would not have had that opportunity. That just goes to show When it goes wrong, it goes very, very wrong indeed. And that just goes to show that these drivers are now pushing like crazy. A real shame to see Marcel Steinert have that kind of incident, and then all of a sudden it takes him out of the race itself. It's not what he needed, not what he wanted. It's not how you want the season to be concluded in any way, shape or form. Just got 10 minutes to go, plus an additional lap of this race and also of their season. But with 9.5 minutes to go, so Mark Bartels out of the race. Marcel Steinert out. Hannes Border out. Hannes Border was the one that had his front bumper askew, unfortunately, due to that incident. He was an unwilling participant through no fault of his own. It's just a bit of overzealousness from Mark Bartels, then all of a sudden it just puts him, put all three of them out of the race. So they will be sitting by the sidelines. So 8 minutes and 48 seconds still to go. We have 10 drivers still racing, and at the moment, the way things are going thus far is that Micromax is leading. Robert Champion rounding out the top two. It is 1.9 seconds adrift. Yannick Jacobs is right on his back bumper, along with Fabian Bock and Lawrence Seyfried. So it's the Robert Champion train going through into the infield section here at the circuit. This battle could wage all the way through to the checkered flag. Oh, Champion gets a little bit wide going through the corner. The back end stepped out to the left. He caught it though, good catch. But the biggest bone of contention now is how much time has that lost him, because there is Micromax. How much time has that lost him in comparison with Yannick Jacobs? Yannick Jacobs is not going to give this one up. It's a fight. So we still have. Oh, and there's a drama there. That was for. Don't tell me that's. Oh, that's Yannick Jacobs. Yannick Jacobs sliding out of the race. A real shame for him. Now I'm just going to have a look and see what happened, because they were coming through the hairpin. I think it was the fact that he lost it all on his own, or did. Oh, there was a touch from Fabian Bock. Fabian Bock hit the left rear of Yannick Jacobs, and that has not boded well, and there has been a penalty given. Mark Bartels was given a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, even though he has been eliminated from this race. That is never easy. Lawrence Seyfried now is with Fabian Bock, and just behind them they've got Florian Breitenbach. So that now provides a very different dynamic for the remaining 6.25 minutes of this race. Through the final corner they go. Micromax has got a 3.15 second for lead over Robert Champion. Fabian Bock in P3, Lawrence Seyfried in P4, ahead of Florian Breitenbach. Fastest lap of the race, 46.151 by Fabian Bock. And we've just had over 8 minutes and 10 seconds, 8 minutes and 20 seconds of this race completed. Micromax leads. He's now going to cross the line very shortly to start lap number 12. And has just put in the fastest lap of the race. That shows to me that Micromax knows he has got this title. And to wait until the final race of this season. It has been a long time coming. 5 races in total for DD2 and DD2 Masters. But it brings us to this closing point. The final chapter for these drivers we have one more final chapter to close the book on the 20th anniversary season of Rotax Max Challenge Germany here at Wittgenborn. But Robert Chopin is starting to pull away from Fabian Bach. Yannick Jacobs now back with the fire stoked in the belly. 46.059 is the fastest lap time from him. Dennis Thiem in 6th position sets a personal best with a 46.252 second lap time as well. Less than 4.5 minutes to go as Lawrence Seyfried looking to see if he can catch up to Fabian Bach in the 481 from Wittgenborn and get 3rd. He's going to get a good run as Seyfried. Through into the hairpin. He's not going to launch it from there. He thinks better of it. Can sometimes be a case when you do have a chance at moving up and down the order. If you have a chance of moving up, you're going to go for it. Seyfried followed by Breitenbach coming out of the final corner. 3 minutes and 50 seconds still remain. Chopin still stays in 2nd position. Micromax 4.3 seconds up the road from Chopin. Fabian Bach is about half a second adrift, and then it's a further 2 or so tenths back to Lawrence Seyfried. 0.37 separates Seyfried from Florian Breitenbach. We still have 10 karts remaining on the circuit. Denis Chalot in the 403 bringing up the rear of the field. So just over 180 seconds plus an additional lap remains of this season, so nearly 3 minutes and 50 seconds of racing left. And Micromax has been pushed. He's treated this like a proverbial qualifying session. And the reason why I say that is just put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 14, 45.993 seconds. That is how much pace Micromax has kept at bay and has decided to unleash it in the final race of the season. That's very commendable. Lap number 16 is underway, and the gap between first and second is now nearly 4.9 seconds. Chopin in second ahead of Bach, Seyfried, Breitenbach and Thiem. But this battle here for second, third, fourth and fifth has been consistently at a stalemate for this particular moment in time. However, is there going to be one driver that's going to take advantage when others may lose their head a little bit? Well, through the hairpin, no one's doing so yet, but Seyfried, if he wants to get on fighting terms with Fabian Bach, he's going to have to do something very, very quickly indeed. We are fast approaching the last 90 seconds. Lead now is nearly 5 seconds to the good of Micromax from Der Motorsport. Has done a fantastic job this season. Micromax has also been racing in the Euro Trophy this year. Has shown some very good flashes of brilliance, but it's been here that he has shined the most. 1 minute 15. And Seyfried is sizing up a move, I think. I think he could go for it if... Oh, that was close. If he was a little bit quicker behind Fabian Bach, but could he go through on the next right-hander? We could find out as through into the next right-hander. Seyfried had an opportunity there, but he decided to think better of it. He wants to wait until that door is completely 100% wide open, and that could make all the difference for him. 35 seconds on the clock remain here for DD2 this season. Micromax makes his way through into the final couple of corners. So next time around will be the penultimate lap. We'll go on to lap number 19 out of 20, which means that Micromax has just over 2.07 kilometers remaining of race time this season. And his gap is expanding every single lap. He was nearly 0.2 quicker than Rotax time around. Fabian Bock in P3. Lawrence Seifried has tried to get past, but to no avail. He might have a run if he gets an opportunity coming out of the left-hander here. Through into the hairpin. He's got to launch it if he wants to do it. He was within lunge range again. Is he going to leave it until the final lap? Or is he aware that he's going to have to try and see if there's going to be an error from Fabian Bock? Right, last lap board is out for this class, this season, and this weekend. Micromax has a 5.42 second lead over Rotax. Bock third, Seifried, Ettenbach. They round out the top 5 positions. We've had retirements already this race. Mark Bartels on the first lap, Marcel Stein at the lap after, and then on lap 3, Janis Stier did not start, but there is the man of the moment, the one that has triumphed above all else in terms of every single competitor. Micromax from DD2 Motorsport now makes his way to the final corner, and it is joy above all. He is effectively provisioning your 2021 DD2 Rotax Max Challenge Germany champion here at Wittgenborn after a stunning, faultless display this weekend and the previous weekend, the penultimate round of the season at Kaupen. Second place in the race itself goes to Rotax ahead of Fabian Bock from Voigt Motorsport. Let's have a look at the rest of the results after this race. Lawrence Seifried takes 4th place in the final race of the season ahead of Florian Breitenbach, with Dennis Thiem in 6th place. Leon Arndt in 7th. Yannick Jacobs, unfortunately, after that incident earlier on, ended up in 8th ahead of Tim Stender, with Denny Shallow being the rest of the remainder of the 10 drivers that made it to the end of the 20-lap race, with retirements from Hannes Border on lap 3, Marcel Stein at lap 2, and Mark Bartels lap 1. Micromax dominates and takes the title. The words of Daft Punk one more time seems rather appropriate right now, because this is the final race, the 16th and final race of today, and also the final race of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. DD2 is the second race, was set to have taken place at Wackersdorf back in late June. This is the final race of the season. So over the course of the last 101 days, 155 drivers in over all 6 classes have competed at the 4 racetracks that we have raced at in Germany. From north south, east and west. We've been to 4 fantastic tracks. We've been to Bavaria, we've been to Saxony, we've been to into the Düsseldorf regions, so Nordrhein-Westfalen, and now here in Hesse the season concludes. Here's your grid for DD2 Masters, the race 2 that was scheduled to take place at Wackersdorf earlier on this year. Pole position is Tommy Helfinger in the 506. Marco Winkler in the 566 will be alongside on the front row. Daniel Schollenberger, who pretty much has sewn up the title anyway, starts P3. Alongside him will be Thomas Piet, who has had pretty much the perfect weekend this season, this time around here at Wittgenborn. Stefan Grabau in the 555 will have Andreas Frenzel in the 503 alongside him. Lennart Schreiber will start 7th in the 524 ahead of Daniel Yildiz in the 570. Klaus Barnett in the 502 and Konrad Bayer in the 580 complete the top 10. Andreas Neumann is set to start in the 567 in 11th. It looks like Heiner Born is not out on the track, but might be starting from the dummy grid. It has been a pleasure commentating on this championship for the last 2 seasons. And really good to meet some more familiar faces in the paddock when I travelled over amidst the difficult times last season. Now, one final time, one final hurrah. The drivers make their way through the final corner. 14 minutes on the clock, into the tram lines for one last time. Revs rise, are we ready? We look to be off and underway. And a good start by Helfinger to keep ahead of Marco Winkler, but Daniel Schollenberger staying in P3 at the moment ahead of Thomas Piet. Well, Thomas Piet, where is he? Thomas Piet has actually dropped down. Stefan Grabau has managed to get past as Daniel Schollenberger, his front bumper, has just tried to take a massive bite out of the back bumper of the Parolin of Marco Winkler. Just goes to show the aggressive tendencies. As now that was not planned. That was not cricket either. Daniel Schollenberger was very, very clumsy, and literally, you know what they say, one good turn deserves another. Daniel Schollenberger had no right to send it the way he did. Well, he did because he had the room, but then Winkler just turned in on him, and Winkler, you know, they were pretty much alongside. So we'll wait to see what the jury's going to be out on that one. However, 13 minutes to go. And 11 drivers have started, so that means that Daniel Schollenberger has dropped all the way down to 7th. As a result of that clash, Marco Winkler's dropped down to 5th place. So Stefan Grabau now in 2nd, Thomas Piet in 3rd, Lennart Schreiber rounds out the top 4 positions ahead of Marco Winkler. Andreas Frenzel is in 6th ahead of Daniel Schollenberger. Daniel Yildiz rounds out the top 8 ahead of Andreas Neumann. Also Konrad Bayer. Klaus Barnett is down at stone dead last at this particular moment in time, because we have had now a change. Thomas Piet has now got past Stefan Grabau for position. Very important one, I might add, as well there. So Thomas Piet has got the job done on Grabau and now takes 2nd. This could provide the opportunity that Thomas Piet could have a very, very good weekend, because he's got 2.6 seconds to find. And that's going to be the crucial point now. Reason being is that Stefan Grabau, who was in 2nd, there goes Marco Winkler trying to go up the inside of Lennart Schreiber. Oh, that was close between the pair, but Schreiber keeps ahead at this particular juncture, but Winkler could get the run going through into turn 1 momentarily. So, right, 5-second time, no surprise. Well, Andreas Neumann has just got a 5-second time penalty for pushing. I wonder if they are investigating Daniel Schollenberger. That might have been classed as a racing incident. Marco Winkler is trying to get away from Lennart Schreiber. Well, Lennart Schreiber has got with him Daniel Schollenberger and Andreas Frenzel. So Schollenberger up the inside. Oh, there was a little bit of a tag. That was a bit clumsy there from Andreas Frenzel. Tagged the left rear, and Schollenberger's just lost out big time. He's just tried to go up the inside of Schreiber. Schreiber was having none of it, and I think, oh, right. I've just seen slippery surface flags. That says to me, is there more rain incoming? Going to wait to see when they come through turn one. Not through there. It was at the far part of the circuit, so that's very, very interesting indeed, because has there been an incident where someone has dropped food on the circuit? There are slippery surface flags at the far part of the track. So that says to me could be in for a little bit of a roller coaster ride for the next 9 minutes or so. So 8 minutes, 47 seconds remaining on the clock. Tommy Hilfiger is leading the way. Thomas Piet is running about 3.7 seconds behind, so the gap has stayed. Now with these the slippery surface flag conditions, now that didn't come out for very long, and it wasn't around the whole track. So from my perspective, that just there might have been a little sprinkling of water or some fluid dropped on the circuit that the drivers have been made aware of. But Hilfiger is now still continuing to try and open up a gap. Last time around he was a 10th quicker than Thomas Piet. Stefan Grabau was in P3, Marco Winkler in P4, Andreas Frenzel in 5th place, Schollenberger in 6th, but will pick up the title anyway, as I've mentioned multiple times throughout the course of today's proceedings. Schollenberger still has some fights. He still wants a bit of elbows out for the last few moments of the season. We're getting towards the end of that. We've got 7 minutes and 12 seconds to go. And we are halfway through this final race of the season. It's been a long journey. We have finally got there, and the drivers have given it all to try and get themselves to the top of the tree. A new champion has already been effectively crowned this season. There have been some great battles along the way, up and down through the order. And looks like Andreas Frenzel's being pressurised once again by Daniel Schollenberger in the meantime, because this is... Now, Schollenberger doesn't need to go out there and go for victory. I mean, he did a bit of a clumsy move on Marco Winkler earlier, but you know, hindsight is a wonderful thing, as they say. Winkler still is keeping pace with Stefan Grabau. Last time, he was nearly 2/10 quicker than Grabau on that particular occasion. So Thomas Piet is 4.3 seconds behind Hilfiger, who continues to lead. This battle here is the one that is being concentrated on the most at the moment. So Frenzel versus Schollenberger. Schreiber is 7th, Parnet is 8th, ahead of Yildiz, Neumann. Bayer has just crossed the line to start his 11th lap with 5 minutes and 34 seconds still to go. Well, 5 minutes to go. And Thomas Piet holds the fastest lap of this race with a 46.669. The times have dropped off a little bit in consideration to what that was previously, but it is what it is. And the tyres have gone off. They've literally maxed out the available purchase that they will give over the course of a race distance and also over the course of a race weekend. But Schallenberger still very much has got his eyes set on getting past the driver in front. So Andreas Frenzel has just got to watch himself to make sure that Schallenberger doesn't send one up the inside at a moment's notice, because we have seen that before, where someone decides at the last gasp, I'm going to go for the move, and if it doesn't pay off, well, at least I know that I'll be fine. Well, we've seen that before, Daniel Schallenberger, haven't we? Three and a half minutes to go, and Andreas Frenzel has just jumped in with the fastest lap of the race, 46.625. He's trying to keep, he's trying to keep them, everyone else at bay, including and oh, there's a little bit of a moment there for the pair of them, and that was Schallenberger, I think, trying to go through on that front, and it didn't sort of quite work out. Oh, yeah, Schallenberger needs to sort of really stop doing the shoulder checking, if I'm honest with you here. I think he let through Frenzel back again because of the fact he knew that he'd done wrong. So that was really about it, and realistically it just goes to show that mistakes can happen, but you want to make sure that those mistakes happen in a fashion where you don't antagonize anybody, you don't get on their side, and that has happened before where people have gone for a move and it's not paid off and it's caught somebody out. But in the meantime, Marco Winkler is in striking distance of Stefan Grabau. It really pays to be mindful of your surroundings and also about the situation that you're in. So Marco Winkler will have definitely thought about how he attacks the next couple of moments of this race, because now he has a chance to take a third place finish at the end of this season. He's close. Very, very close indeed, and this could be the killer blow that he needs to provide in the direction, throw a haymaker, maybe an overhand right to Stefan Grabau to get past him. And this could be that moment that Marco Winkler needs. But at the moment, Stefan Grabau is staying ahead of 5.66 from FD Motorsport. We're into the last minute of the season for 2021. What a roller coaster ride it has been. It has been an interesting year, hasn't it? Now we get into the final throes of the race itself and of the season to say goodbye until next year. 30 seconds on the clock remain, and Tommy Helfinger is now effectively on the penultimate lap of the season. And Grabau and Winkler will be battling with every sinew, every fibre in their body to try and have that third place. Put a bit of confidence booster at the tail end of the season. So the timer has struck zero for the final time for 2021 in RMC Germany. And final lap board of the season is out. Helfinger 4.059 seconds ahead of Thomas Piet. Stefan Grabau holding on ahead of Marco Winkler for third position in the dying stages, about 600 metres of this circuit, 1.038 kilometres in length. Andreas Frenzel unfortunately has retired on lap 16, but there is the driver of this moment, the one that's going to bring things to a close here in Wittgenborn at the Vogelsbergring. Tommy Helfinger from Bühler Kart Racing on the Sodi Kart chassis makes his way through the final corner and takes the checkered to win the final race of the season. Thomas Piet takes second position. Stefan Grabau will hold on ahead of Marco Winkler by 2.5 tenths of a second. Daniel Schollenberger gets some applause, and I think he now knows, he realises it's sunk in, and he's getting every single driver getting an applause by some of the people that are actually spectating round the outside of turn number 1. Great to see that in the karting paddock these days. So Helfinger takes the victory. Waiting for our last competitor, Konrad Bayer. The 580 is the last driver to make it back into Parc Fermé. And there you go. Here's the results from the final race of this season, the 2021 season for RMC Germany. Helfinger takes the victory ahead of Thomas Piet, Stefan Grabau, Marco Winkler, Daniel Schollenberg, Lennart Schreiber, Klaus Parnett, Tanjo Yildiz, Andreas Neumann, and Konrad Bayer being the last of the 10 drivers that finished. Andreas Frenzel unfortunately retired with 3 laps to go and a non-starter from Rainer Born. So really, das war's für a little bit of German. So das war's also mit der 20. Jubiläumssaison der Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Wir müssen sagen, vielen Dank für Ihre Unterstützung. Wir freuen uns darauf, Sie nächstes Jahr wiederzusehen. That's 155 drivers, 6 classes, 4 fantastic circuits, 3 months and 9 days, 101 days now completed in the books. That's it from us here at Rotax Max Challenge Germany. A big thank you to all the team at Camp Company GmbH, MW Race Consulting, and of course, Streckencrew KCT, led by the formidable Camilo Rossinger. So there we go. That's it from me, Alex Goldschmidt, your English-speaking live stream commentator. Stay tuned for further news about the 2022 season, and stay tuned to our social media to find out who is going to Bahrain to represent Team Germany. So, meine Damen und Herren, danke sehr und gute Nacht.